T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
AMC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. How many? Have you loud and clear as well? Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S-band. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast and wish happy birthdays to Brian Carpenter. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Good to see you again. So, what do I have up for the title today? Taking a look at the Fed balance sheet. That is, and by the way, guys, I'm giving Brian a little extra happy birthday today because every single morning he comes in here and he is always one of the very first few people to come in. He's about as consistent as censored content is at winning the movie trivia, coming in here every single morning and saying good morning to us. So I appreciate it, Brian. Sometimes when things happen over and over and over and over again, you take it for granted, and then when it disappears, you miss it. And I'm not saying you disappeared or nothing. I'm just saying I notice when you're not here, and it makes a difference. So thank you for coming in every morning and saying good morning to us, everybody here. So I appreciate that. Um, the title for the day today is taking a look at the Fed balance sheet, and I want to pull up the Fed balance sheet here. I think the first thing I'm going to do is post this up here because I think a lot of people would, maybe like to be able to see this for themselves. So in case you don't in case any of this is difficult to read or whatever, you have the access. I will pin this message up to the top, so if you guys want to check this out at any time while I've got this up there, you're more than welcome to. That's going to take you to a website that looks a little bit like this. And essentially, what happens here is on every Thursday at around 4:30 p.m., the publication is posted for the new week. And right now, that means that today, at the end of the day today, we should have another No, today's Wednesday. Tomorrow at 4:30 p.m., we should get the next posting for the Fed balance sheet. But when we click on the fourth, which was the last one, they've got actually at 4:30 p.m. They released this and they put a special note in here this time. They said in Table 4, the outstanding amount of facility asset purchases for the MS Facilities LLC Main Street Lending Program reflects the quarterly update to the allowance for loan losses. The allowance for loan losses was estimated based upon the Main Street Lending Program holdings as of March 31st, 2023. On May 1st, 2023, the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation closed First Republic Bank and appointed the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, or FDIC, as receiver. For purposes of the H41, the Fed balance sheet, the Federal Reserve's outstanding lending to the First Republic Bank at the discount window and through the Bank Term Funding Program are now reflected in Table 1 as other credit extensions. The outstanding loans are being repaid from assets left behind in the receivership proceeds of the purchase and assumption agreement between the FDIC and JP Morgan Chase Bank, National Association, and pursuant to an FDIC guarantee. If you go through the list here, you can see what you can see the average daily figures, and you can see the changes from the reported week of April 26th to the May 4th numbers, and you can see these massive different numbers that are in here. Now, remember, I'm scrolling around all over the place. This is in millions of dollars, right? So if you see hundreds of thousands showing up in this column over here, that means hundreds of billions of dollars, right? So 181 is actually 400 billion 181 million. Whereas the previous week for the Reserve Bank credit was 34 billion. Big jumps in numbers here on these Treasury bills. Or Reserve Bank credit bills went from 0 to a negative 45 billion. There's a lot of different numbers in here that changed that were pretty significant changes, and I've spent some time this morning trying to go over this and figuring out like what exactly all this means. And one thing I decided to do, since this information's been out for almost a week now, I decided to kind of go online and see if I couldn't find some anybody who was talking about this already, to see if there was somebody out there who's kind of focusing on this. And I found two specific articles that I came across that I feel like are probably put this into words way better than I possibly could. So I'm going to go ahead and pull these up for you, and we'll take a look at these. So the first one I want to read is the more current one. And the reason I want to read this one is because I think that the context that he puts in here is probably the most important part here. The Fed's dual mandate requires it to ensure both stable prices and maximum employment. The traditional tool the Fed uses to accomplish these goals is the adjustment of the federal funds rate, the short-term interest rate that determines how much it costs for banks to lend to each other overnight. The 2007-2008 financial crisis, however, demonstrated that even lowering the interest rate to 0 was considered insufficient to shore up economies in freefall, and the Fed turned to more unusual tactics. One of these measures was what the Fed refers to as the large-scale asset purchases, which is more commonly known as quantitative easing. Under this process, the Fed enters the market to buy securities, typically mortgage-backed securities, and treasuries, injecting both capital and liquidity into the market. This approach is not without risks. For the first time in history, the Fed is regulator, supervisor, and now a participant in the economy. And this is where I told you guys on multiple occasions where we've been seeing mortgage-backed securities rising in assets owned by the government in those mortgage-backed securities. And I said every time they kept doing that, we kept seeing the market pumping. It was almost like an artificial pump. And then we started seeing oil reserves dropping. And then we started seeing the market pumping whenever we saw the oil reserves dropping. This is where they're getting their cash from. This is how they are pumping these markets. They're doing it through asset purchases, and they're doing it through the depletion of our oil reserves. That's where some of it's coming from. Not all of it, but some of it. The development of quantitative easing as a go-to tool for the Fed in times of crisis has led to an unprecedented focus on one of the traditionally unremarkable aspects, the Fed total assets. Just as with any other firm, securities that the Fed purchases are considered assets and therefore are represented on the Fed's balance sheet. This, therefore, is the most reflective guide of the state of quantitative easing and, by extension, the degree to which the Fed has deemed it necessary to intervene in the economy. So while they may be raising rates, they are also purchasing. So they're quantitative tightening and quantitative easing at the same time. That's that's what it sounds like to me. And you can see one of the you have the other over here. This is actually one of the things this is pointing out here is the Treasury securities, mortgage-backed securities, and the other. And you remember when I went to that report on the federal balance sheet due to the bank, the FRB, FDIC takeover on that, and then JP Morgan ultimately taking over that. You can see that the Federal Reserve balance sheet, the assets that were purchased here, rose by quite a bit. You can see the big jump there on the other section. This is let's see. This I think he breaks this down into different time frames. So this is basically from 1/5 of 2022 to current. This is 1/1 of 20. So basically, like where COVID started, and there's this big jumps on some of these right here. This is probably to save the economy from crashing right here. And now you've got this bump up over here where banks are starting to fail. You don't really see a jump in the mortgage-backed securities or the Treasury securities, but you did see that back in COVID and was never corrected for. Which means that the government's holding on to these securities here. Federal Reserve balance sheet, this one goes back to '05. So this is like, it's basically just three different time frames. Most current, a little bit longer looking, and then more of a macro kind of look. Micro, whatever middle is, macro. And on this macro is, we've got '05 to current. And you can see in '08 that they didn't start doing the mortgage-backed security asset purchases until '09, which those started really picking up. And would you look at COVID right here? COVID is a pretty big skip. Now we're starting to see other, right? Other starting to pop up on here as it's another asset that the government's going to have to probably take on due to everything that's just happening in our general economy. So what is it going to grow to? Who knows? But it is definitely spiking. Taking you to one other article. This one's a little more, and this is from the wolfstreet.com. That last one, by the way, was written by Thomas Kingsley from American. What is this? What is this website? American in Auction Forum. American Action Forum. I said auction. American Action Forum. And he wrote this insight here. But this one's by Wolf Richter, which is another article that I read from Wolf Richter just the other day. Oddly enough, I'm really starting to like this guy because he's got a lot of really cool information over here. But Wolf Richter talked about massive. The title on this is Fed balance sheet plunges by 230 billion in 6 weeks, biggest such plunge in 14 years. Today we served a special spectacle on the Federal Reserve's weekly balance sheet. Total assets dropped by 59 billion in the week and by 230 billion in the 6 weeks since peak bank bailout to 8.5 trillion as QT continued on track with big Treasury securities roll-off. And as First Republic, the FDIC, and JP Morgan were splattered all over this balance sheet. And they're specifically talking about this drop right here. This is what they're looking at. The total assets Fed balance sheet over the last couple weeks, dropping quite a bit there. I probably won't read all of this. I will point out there was something specifically I wanted to show you here. Here you have the pandemic. This is primary credit Fed balance sheet, and then you've got the pandemic over here. You've got first, you have the SVB panic. Then you've got First Republic gets resolved, and then it's dropping back down again. Also, it talks a little bit about the BTFP, which we talked about a while back, which is that new program where the government allows. It's kind of like a 1 to 2 year. It's kind of more. It says 1 year overnight index swap rate, but on these temporary loans that are supposed to be for a year, but they can actually last up to 2 years. Under this program rolled out on March 13th, banks can borrow for up to 1 year at a fixed rate pegged to the 1 year overnight index swap. I guess when I say 2 years, it's that the program can last for 2 years. Here you can see the BTFP loans that started to occur in March. This is in billions of dollars. So we're looking at in about a month's time, $80 billion was borrowed, while the discount window loans has come down. There's some good information in here. I would give this a read, but I'm not going to, due to the fact that I'm already 10 minutes behind on getting to numbers. I'm going to probably skip over this. But I would take a look at this because there's some interesting numbers in here. This is one of the charts that I kind of keyed in on a little bit here. in my 20 plus years of doing data analysis. When you see a nice chart that looks like this, and then you see a big spike, and you see this like I don't know, unstable volatility that's happening all of a sudden, this tells me that there's something wrong here, something massively wrong. I mean, just the spike alone tells you that there was something wrong, but the fact that it was so unstable as it was moving up here instead of a nice linear, or I guess more smooth is what the term I'm looking for. More of a smooth line here. It tells you that there's something going on here, something wrong. You can see that it kind of looks like it's starting to get under control in the back portion of 2022. But there was something massively wrong going on over here on the mortgage-backed securities on the Fed balance sheet. There's some big problems going on. And of course, I think this is where I kept mentioning to you guys that there was multiple times that we were seeing injections into the market, and it's probably each one of these little data points in here were these massive injections into the marketplace in order to keep it from blowing up. And I think that's I'll post this up for you guys if you want to read this in the chat section. So if any of you guys want to take a look at that article, you're more than welcome to. I almost closed it out. Mega Johnny says Trilly Platinum coins coming soonish, 2 weeks probably. Yeah, I've heard about that. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. What do we got going on here? Let me log into my account real quick here. We'll clean off the glasses, start taking a look at the numbers, see what's happening. It's time to fill up my glass cleaner because I am almost out. Oh man, almost out. Take you guys over to the other screen. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again here. I'm really kind of interested to see what the balance sheet's going to look like last week compared to this week. I think that's going to be really, really interesting to kind of go over and see what changed from the initial spikes in the balance sheet that occurred week over week. All right, let's see if these are clean. I think I'm good to go. Let's do this. The glasses are clean. They're going on. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you set that up, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, not a bad idea to do that, as something may happen to your primary and then you'll have a backup. So it's a good thing. Please take pictures of your portfolio or video and save that someplace. The last thing you want to do is be that person that comes to me and says, I think something's wrong. It says I own less than what I think I should have had, and I don't have any proof. That's not a good thing. So make sure you're taking those pictures, especially if you have a more active account. The more active, the more often those pictures should be taken. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on in these numbers. In regards to price predictions, none of us got it right. I mean, we were so far off, not even funny. We had the total ending price for AMC and Ape. We had Ape at 162 and AMC at 554 for a combined total $7.16. Subtracting out $1.50 to see what the bottom would look like makes it easier for me to tell who got the right price prediction. 566 was the bottom if you subtract $1.50 off the average, and we were the lowest person on the list here was Apex with $6 to $9, and 566 was the actual $1.50 less than the average. So we were off. I'll just say we were off. 34 cents. Apex was off by 34 cents. There was only 11 cent spread between us. So we were all under 50 cents, but we got our price predictions. That's the good part. so I can give a point to everybody. I feel like I gave a price prediction the day before that was, if I should have just stuck to my guns and said, like, we're going here. This is where we're heading to, because I would have probably been a lot closer. All right. Everybody's got their price prediction tally point. Short exempt volume. On AMC is 178.2. Oops. A little bit lower. And taking a look at Ape. Ape was 61,000 shares. AMC was down 6.1% yesterday. And Ape was up 3.18. Let's check out utilization. AMC's utilization is showing up at 100%. Let me verify the date. The date showing is the 9th, which is correct. So 100% utilization. We're on day number 81, straight trading days of 100% utilization. Taking a look at Ape, utilization at 58.63. Pretty big drastic jump on that one. We went from 53% utilization to 58 in one day. That'll be interesting to take a look at those numbers here when we get to Ortex. Let's see what we got going on Max Payne. I don't expect Max Payne to be any different. I think it's still going to be $6. $6 it is. Off exchange, I think those numbers are updated already for the end of the day. I updated them last night. 54.93% going through off exchanges on AMC. EDGX was 9.23. The combined total 64.16, almost dead on where it's supposed to be. The CHX volume was 0.21% with a 30-day average of 2.38. So kind of low numbers compared to what we've been seeing. That's 2 days in a row of low numbers on that. Which signifies to me that they don't have a whole lot of shares that they need to be returning. But don't forget that we do have what looks to be a bigger number showing up for Friday. So if they've already gotten all the shares that they need to return done, then we may not see those numbers moving very much. Off exchange is at 48.65% for Ape. EDGX is at 6.16. The combined total 54.81%, or almost it's 9.19% lower than it should be. CHX volume is 0.01 with a 30-day average of 0.08, so nothing unusual going on there. And then GME CHX volume final number for the day was 0.15 with a 30-day average of 0.19, so we didn't have 2 days in a row of elevated CHX volume on GME. Taking a look at institutional ownership. 132.781 million is what it was yesterday. Today it is 133.056. So we're back up again a little bit here. Not too much. 133.056. Options. Yesterday the highest amount of open interest was at a $6 strike. That is still the case today. Yesterday there was 35.1 thousand contracts. Today there's 44.3. On puts, highest amount of puts is at a $5.50 strike. That's up from $4. Open interest has just moved to 5.5 with the highest amount of volume in open interest. At 4, there was 26.6 thousand contracts. There's now 29.1 at 5.5, which solidifies to me what that kind of signifies that it signifies that it's solidifying the idea that the market price of AMC is going to close somewhere between 5.5 and 6, which is what we've been seeing for the last 2 days of trading on volume for the last for 2 days, right? So I think the market's really suggesting like, okay, we're really honing in on somewhere between 5.5 and 6 before the end of the week's over. However, big however here, at a $5.50 strike or $5 strike, 4.5 and $4 strike, there's very large quantities of volume there that very easily could beat out volume at a $5.50 strike. So just note that, keep that in your head, think about it, realize that that's there. The market is ready to capitalize on price moving down if it should. Let's take a look at the rest of the data. I'm going to take you to the other screen, give you a little bit of music, and we'll look at the rest of the data. All right, so I did something interesting yesterday. I really felt like we were kind of seeing like a mirrored image of something that we've seen just a few, like last week, basically, back on the 2nd of May, which would have been Tuesday last week, where we had this really weird, I shouldn't call it weird, we had this move down in price, some consolidation, and then a return back to where we were at, followed by some more continued movement upwards. I took from this point right here moving forward that data and kind of mirrored that image and placed it over where we're at right here, because we were seeing what appeared to me to be a mirrored image on price movement to what maybe this might look like if we were to kind of complete that move. The interesting thing about this is that we played out, for the most part, most of the movement just not quite exactly right on, but you can see prices moving pretty close to where it was moving to right up until right now. We're actually starting to deviate away from this trend here. So I'm not sure exactly if this is going to hold true or not. But I did take a look earlier this morning to figure out where we would close out price for the day today based off this information. And I've got us closing at about, if we were to follow this price, we would close today at a combined price between AMC and Ape at around 690. So I'm going to continue to watch this and see if it performs the same way. We could have like a little bit of a deviation from this and maybe seeing something entirely different. It would be forming an inverse head and shoulders possibly if this plays out the other direction and consolidates back up here at that 748 range. So I'll be looking for that 748 price today, or maybe even slightly higher, because I think we would be just about there. Actually, let me just measure this out real quick and see. Hold on a second here. I gotta try to decide where I'm gonna draw this at. I don't know if I've got well, we'll just try this. So if these were to if this is indeed an actual head and shoulder pattern, the point at which this would break out would be 15 minutes before market open or right around market open, we may see the breakout on this. Let me draw out the time in between. And place that over here. So we'll see what ends up playing out on this. Because, I mean, this could end up being an inverse head and shoulders. If it is, we could see price moving up pretty quickly. But watch for, consolidation of volume. I don't know what our volume profile looks like this morning. I imagine it's probably low. If we move this kind of price range, though, from a consolidated amount of 724 all the way up to 750 range, that should be on high volume. At least I would hope it would be. So we'll take a look at that and see which one we're looking for here once we get a little bit closer to market open. I might not do a price prediction until 15 minutes before, because then I'll be able to see where price might be moving to. Today might be a little bit more crucial for that. All right, taking a look at Ortex. Short share just of the free float, we're at 24.89%, which means that I think that's a little bit lower than what it might have been the previous day, maybe a little. On loan amount increasing though. On loan amount went from 162.27 to 166.02. So I'm not even going to try to math right now. My head's not in it. Let's see here. 162.27. 3.75 million shares in new loans. So you can almost bet your bottom dollar that Ortex is going to guesstimate about 1.25 million in new short interest day over day. But let's see. They're estimating that short share interest at the free float went from 24.76 to 24.89. So 0.13. They're only estimating 674,000. I think they're underestimating here. Let me just make sure I got those numbers right real quick. But I think they're underestimating the total amount of short interest that was created yesterday compared to what they normally do. 2476. Yeah, I think they're underestimating. But I'm going to write down what it is that they put. They're suggesting about 674,000 of that was in new short interest. And the on loan average age per day decreasing. That's 2 days in a row of decreasing on loan average age per day, which is setting us up for another timer for me in the future to be tracking, which means we should have a bimodal run upwards. On security lending volume, we've got 24.01 million down to 15.47 yesterday. On Ape, short share interest, the free float's at 5.75, which is a pretty big jump here. I did mention utilization was up quite a bit, so it looks like we had a lot of loaned shares, perhaps. But it doesn't show that at all. It's actually showing the exact opposite of that. It's showing returned shares, and it went from 23.27 to 22.57. Is that right? 227 to 57. So 0.7. So 700,000 shares returned. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float. It should cause this to drop. But it rose. What happened yesterday? Oh, we're getting our new reporting for exchange reported short interest. That makes sense. Okay, that whole AMC thing, why it didn't make sense earlier, I'll show you why. They made a correction. So they were over predicting exchange reported short interest. They were overestimating how much it was actually going to be, and so they made a correction for that. That's why they didn't report the full 1.25. They were overestimating over the last 15 days. They overestimated by about looks like maybe 600,000 shares. So they made the correction to get online with where they were at. Although it looks almost lined up though perfectly. Yeah, I guess I can see it. Their exchange reported short interest that they put back here was 0.89, 134.89, and it actually came in at 134.01. So I'm showing about 900,000 shares, and they're saying they're correcting it by 0.67. So, or yeah, about that. So that makes sense. And now that makes sense why this is showing the way that it's showing as well. Our exchange reported short interest was higher, came in higher than what it is that Ortex was estimating. So they had to make an adjustment for that. That's how you have your on loan amount decreasing still, with short share interest of the free float increasing. So day over day, again, like I said, 700,000 shares returned. Security lending volume increasing day over day from 617,000 shares to 1.24 million. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME, I do not expect to see on this list due to low volume. This does look like it's the whole day's worth of data. Oh, wait. Yeah, it is. They are not on the list. Not unexpected. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day on AMC is at $4.99. On Ape, it's 1.458. Shares available to borrow is showing at 1 million shares. Last night, it looks like we had about 300,000 shares. They borrowed, actually, they returned 50,000 earlier this morning, then borrowed all but 25,000 of that. And I would probably say that there was enough shares in the ETFs borrowed for me to round up and call it 350 borrowed for the day. Especially with another 5,000 right here. So they borrowed about 350,000 shares so far for today. Yesterday it was 1.6 million. And now they've already returned before the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. They've already returned 1 million shares. Fees currently at 143.1%. We have 108.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 19.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 110.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 32.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. Markets. The VIX is showing futures up by 0.41, which is very, very fractional. I wouldn't expect to see markets down too much. They are showing down anywhere from 0.04 to 0.16. Pre-market on the banks, I'm only going to look for anything plus or minus 3%. I don't see anything on AMC, Ape, or I mean, what am I saying? I don't see anything on any of the banks here that's outside that range. The closest one to it is Silvergate, up 2.42%. Ethereum Classic is currently down 1.99%, 1.69%. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing up 0.13. Wants to break out of this. Last time we broke out of this, you saw it come shooting right back down again. Oil is currently showing down 4.26 in the pre-market. Quite a big drop on oil there. That could be a sign that somebody's selling. Somebody may be selling some oil into the market. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.15 to 0.18. Oh, that's not pre-market. That was from yesterday's data. SPY is down in the pre-market 0.08. A little bit of a jump down there. In the pre-market, we've got Tesla down 0.07, Amazon is down 0.01, Cinemark is up 3.86, Doge is down 0.38, Bitcoin is up 0.14, GME is up 0.15, HYMC is down 3.21. Actually, that's not correct. HYMC is not traded in the pre-market yet. Robinhood in the pre-market's breaking even. Ape is down 1.85 and AMC is up 1.26. Inflow versus outflow yesterday, we had approximately $2.2 million more inflow. No, 1.2. Sorry, $1.2 million more inflow than outflow. 13,000 shares having traded so far this morning, which is pretty low volume for AMC. I doubt I'll be able to predict anything higher than 5 to 25 million shares for the day. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.34. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.07, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.7, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.68, which is above average. On Ape, there is approximately yesterday there was approximately about $300,000 more outflow than inflow. Volume only 1,000 shares so far this morning. Very, very low volume. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.87, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.86, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.11, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.78, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud on the 1-hour time interval for Ape, we've got lagging line above price line, conversions above base. In order for this to stay a buy signal, we got to stay off that baseline, and we're hugging that baseline pretty hard right now. Sorry, I'm itching my back here. I think I just got bit by a mosquito. Yuck. Itchy back. Okay. In order for this to remain a buy signal or strong strength, and you can already see that there is some showing up for the futures here, but actually there is not. That's not really a showing of strength. That's actually a showing of weakness. In order for this to show signs of strength in the price, though, we would need to see price get back above the price line, which is going to be above 162. Actually 163. And we're currently at 159. So we got to get above 163 for this to show signs of any kind of strength whatsoever. On a 4-hour chart, we've got lagging line is above price line, conversions above base, price is above both conversion and base. For the day-to-day, we just need to keep off that base, which is about 157. Yesterday I had 158, so it's actually a little bit lower than what it was. I'm gonna keep the 158 number that I've got written down here. Staying above 158 is going to be kind of crucial. On AMC, on a 1-hour time interval, there's more. The lagging line is below price line. Conversions below base. We are moving into the thinning portion of a red cloud, which is showing signs of strength, and price is moving upwards. And we would need to see something in the range of $5.90 for this to become a buy signal. 590. And we're at 561. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above, just slightly above price line, but it won't be for much longer if price doesn't move up. Conversion is below base, and we started to move down towards a green cloud here. Normally, this is where price likes to drop through the thinner portions of the green cloud. Is it possible that we could see price rising back up over the cloud and finding a spot on the backside of the cloud to fall through? Absolutely. But most of the indicators on this chart are not very favorable towards that. So my guess is that we may move either sideways or into the cloud for the day-to-day. So I'd be looking at probably somewhere, a close somewhere around maybe like, oh, well, I'm going to go with like a 546 close. Yeah. I'm going to go with a 546 close on AMC. Let me just do some quick math here, just figure something out real quick. 144. Yeah, I can't see that happening. Well, on a 4-hour chart for the Ichimoto, in order to keep this a buy signal, we really need to see price jumping back above base at the very least, but also seeing the lagging line get above price line as well. So we're probably looking at needing to see a price above 589, which is pretty much the same price as what I had for the 1-hour chart, which is 590. So I'll just say 590 is the magic number for the day. Anything above 590 and we should see continued buying pressure. Let me see where Ape's going here real quick. So today is CPI, by the way. And we just had our Pokies, which I think is in 30 minutes. CPI. We had our Pokey stick of volumes that just occurred. 8:30. Yeah, it's about 30 minutes from now we should get CPI data, which I tend to think is probably going to be up 0.1 again, maybe a little bit more. The market's, I think, going to do the exact opposite of what everybody else would think it would do, and probably move up, which if we're going to be inverse to the market for the day-to-day, which I don't know what it's going to be, that's why I'm going to wait till the end of the last 15 minutes before market opens. If we're going to be inverse to the market, that would mean AMC would probably be down. Ape, on the other hand, I feel is kind of inverse to AMC a little bit, so we might see Ape a little bit up, which is a continuation of the price move or the value movement that we've been seeing for a while. So I think we could potentially see Ape finishing somewhere around like, I think 160. I think 163 is possible. That my prediction of the 596 or 546 on AMC and 163 on Ape would put me at a combined price of 709. I do see that as a possibility. Let me look at the Pokey stick of volume here real quick. We just don't have any volume. That's the crazy part. Pokey stick of volume coming in. Holy crap! There's no way. Wow, guys. On Ape, it was 2,000 shares. In total, there was 3,000 shares traded so far for the day on Ape today. With the Pokey stick of volume, that is so freaking low. I mean, 1 to 20 million is the prediction on Ape. I can't do anything more than that. AMC's got Pokey stick of volume was what the heck is going on here? Okay, wait. Let me go back to Ape because I think I may have looked at the wrong minute. No, I didn't. What is going on? Ape didn't even have any trades from 7:30 until 8:01. I just now am noticing that. 0 trades. Look at the timeline over here. Let's see. 7:29:55, and then into 8 o'clock. There were no trades for 30 minutes. Zilch, 0, nada. There was a 30-minute lag on trading between 7 and 7:30 as well. And prior to 7, there weren't trades that went through from 6:20 until 7 o'clock. Boy, this order book is just shallow as hell. It doesn't get any more shallower than this. That's so crazy. Wow. All right, AMC's Pokey Stick. We actually had 24,000 shares on AMC, 43,000 shares in volume in total, which means that the Pokey Stick and the total volume traded so far for the day were kind of in alignment together, or very close to it. But still, it's such low volume that there's no way that I can predict more than 5 to 25 million. I hope we have lower price today, but only because of the fact that we have such low volume, that low volume and low price is bullish. So I'm leaning towards lower pricing today. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. This market's just not even, it's not even trading. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention something. I forgot to mention that. Do you remember last week we were seeing some unusual activity on foreign exchanges that were being traded? I want to just show you something really fast here, because I think one of those 2 articles that I was showing you earlier this morning alluded to why that might have been the case. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe it wasn't in either of these 2 articles. It may have been a different article that I was reading, but there was suggestions that there was due to gosh, why am I forgetting the name of it? Due to Credit Suisse's settlements that were occurring, maybe some of the reason why we saw some of that foreign exchange trades being made was to close out positions by Credit Suisse, by whoever took them over, because I can't remember the name off the top of my head right now. Oh, here it is. I think this might be it. Here it is. Repos with foreign official counterparties paid off in the prior week. This was likely the program that the Swiss National Bank used to provide dollar liquidity support for the take under of Credit Suisse by UBS. So that may be why we were seeing a lot of that activity through those exchanges, those foreign exchanges that I was mentioning. We saw tons and tons of volume last week for like I think it was either a day or 2, where we saw a lot of volume going through international exchanges. And I think that might have had to do a little something perhaps maybe to do with that. I forgot to mention that earlier, sorry. All right. Let's see here. Bird Eye says, not sure what Bittrex trades as, but you can compare their chart to AMC and Ape. Supposedly they're doing the same as FTX, tokenizing now filing bankruptcy. I wouldn't doubt it. But I don't know that I'm going to pull it up though. Einstein says 497 to 797. Got you down. Ooh, that's a big jump. You were doing 606 to 906 yesterday. Okay, Einstein's kind of thinking like I am. I think we're going to see a little bit of a correction today as well. I'm leaning towards that, but I got to see the last. I need to see the 15 minutes just prior to market open, so I can get a good idea what's going to happen with the VIX, maybe the U.S. dollar. Going to be looking at oil, and then I'll probably also be looking to see where AMC and Ape is moving at that point in time, in contrast to the rest of the market. Bird Eye says take under, not take over. Yeah, yeah, Apex, I'm feeling the same way. I'm not gonna put any early numbers in here today. Today's gonna be a weird one. I'm gonna need to see what's gonna happen to the rest of the market first before I can decide where AMC is going. You're being overconfident, Einstein. You went low. I don't know how that's overconfident. Yeah, I heard SBF asked to have all criminal charges dropped. Yeah, it's good luck. He's the fall guy. I think I'm gonna hang out with you guys until we can find out what the CPI reported number is. I know the expected amount for the day today was supposed to be the exact same as it was last time, up zero point 0.1 for CPI. Oh no, zero point 0.4 now. Median forecast has risen to 0.4. It was zero point 0.1 yesterday. Oh my gosh. Oh, and then I got to show you this. This is funny. I thought it was funny. We had this. We had. I don't. I was kind of going through my Twitter feed. I don't know why some of these people's posts show up on my feed, but they do. And because I'm not following them or anything, so I have no idea why it shows up. But anyways, this is from Ryan Detrick. I think it's maybe how you say it. He says this will upset a lot of you gloom and doomers, but oh well. S&P Global Composite PMI, which is tomorrow, is at 16-month high. This combines manufacturing and services. Per NDR research, it is also higher 5 months in a row, which is consistent with the early stages of global recovery. To which I responded, I said, inflation not under control and a market recovery. Sounds like the perfect setup for a booming economy. You decide what kind of boom that is. So, I don't really feel like I don't think he's making a very valid point here about what it is he's trying to state. Uh, I I don't think this is booming. I don't think this shows any kind of global recovery occurring here. Not in my opinion. Well, I don't know. What do I know? I don't know. I'm just a regular dude over here. What was the So today's CPI, tomorrow's PPI. We also have initial jobless claims for the week reporting, which is expected to be up fractionally. And then on Friday, We have import price index, but I never really look at that much, so not really. That's expected to be up, by the way. Import price index was down last month by 0.6%, and they're expecting a 0.3 increase this time. Manjit, good morning. Frank says couldn't tell from the chart, but is that back to pre-pandemic levels or still lower? And I would assume that's which chart are you referencing? If it's this one right here, uh, pandemic, I guess would have been, I guess like this time frame, so much higher. Total assets on the Fed balance sheet is way higher. And this is in each grid line is 200 billion. So if you wanted to go back to like say like March of 2021, we got 1, 2, 3, 4.5 grid lines. So $900 billion more assets held by the government. Our government's ruling the world, man. They're taking over everything. They're gonna own it all. Apex says, I'm afraid your southern border is designating tonight at midnight. What does that mean? I think you mean a different word there. Don't worry about it, hum beer. Beer. It happens. Hold on a second. Why? So if Ape's hard to borrow right now, there's probably a good reason for that. My guess is that probably no utilization is not high. So I'm not sure exactly why it's hard to borrow, but my guess would be is that nobody wants to lend it out. While utilization might not be high, that's kind of weird. Utilization versus hard to borrow should be correlated unless somebody's just not willing to lend whatever it is that they're showing that they're available to lend. Disintegrating. That makes more sense. Danny, good morning. Oh, Bird Eye says hard to borrow because they can't use Bittrex anymore. You know, the more of those cryptocurrency exchanges that go under Bird Eye, I think the better it is for us. I would emphatically agree with that as a statement. If somebody were to say, "Would you agree with this?" and I would say, undoubtedly, I would agree with that statement. We got about 10 more minutes here before CPI data should be rolling out here. Some of y'all I'm not sure where some of y'all get your data from, but you always get it way before I do. And it's it is what it is. I don't know where you get your information from, but I feel like everybody should be able to get it at the same time if you're on the website that should have it first. Because I mean, they really shouldn't be reporting any other place than the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. I mean, that should be the first place to be able to get it, but no, somehow or another, it manages to get in the hands of other people prior to the time that it's supposed to be released. Papa Bob says, "Big Gov, not a good thing." I would agree. Yes, yes, it did. Not only did it run, but we saw crazy amounts of um, cost to borrow. That was about the time I think that we were seeing cost to borrow numbers just absolutely skyrocketing. Let me see. Let me look at the date, and we can like take a look at some of the comparisons on some of the stuff that happened during that time. Uh, so it went. This is so stupid. Let's see here. November 11th, they filed for bankruptcy. So we'll go back to November 11th real quick here, and we'll just take a look at some of the data. So November 11th, November 9th is right here. The 10th is right here. We started running up just a little bit prior to that. So this big, I hate how this pops up on here. I wish I could get rid of it, but this run up right here was, and we went from an open on the 10th from 5.5 and a close by the 14th of 734. So we went up, you know, what do you want to call that? To almost $2 during that period of time. And then you can take a look at like things like utilization where it wasn't really impacted because we've had 100% utilization. On loan amount did start to increase a little bit during that run up and then started decreasing shortly thereafter. Let's see. Let's take a look at failure to delivers that started to occur for those days. You can see there was some failure to delivers definitely spiked during that time. Security lending volume just prior to that had this massive spike of 109 million in security lending volume on October 28th. So just a week or so before, there was this massive spike. And what do you know? Some pretty large spikes over here in security lending volume. Nothing like this 108 or 109 million in October 28th, but definitely some big numbers spiking over here as well, which could be a signal maybe beforehand that I mean, if you added these two numbers together, it'd be 52 plus 50, so it'd be 102 million in total, which would be pretty darn near close to this number. Right back here, and let's see, this happened how many trading days before? 3, 6, 7, 8 days before. If I were to count ahead, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That was yesterday. That would have been yesterday. And then we could take a look at like let's take a look at returned shares that were that changed hands here. Um, Cost of borrow went way up when that happened. Way up. It was running around like 19 to 21-ish. And then right after the announcement of FTX, it ran up to all the way as high as 192.17. So we saw like a big jump there. Let me throw up that other security lending volume that occurred. So the big spike in security lending happened first, then the spike in cost to borrow. This time it's a little bit different here. You've got the two different spikes in security lending volume with a big single day drop, or what appears to be a single day drop in cost to borrow average, and it went from 349 down to 57, and then back, and then within 2 days was back up to 262. So not quite the same pattern forming here. But let's take a look at the on loan amount new versus returned. And get rid of the other. What I look for in on loan returned versus new. Let me make sure I know which one's which here. So new loans, when you don't have returned loans, means that they're staying on the books, right? If you have a big spike like this in on loan returned and new in the same day, then it was just a 1 day borrowing of some positions and then closing out those positions all in the same day. So if you look at this big spike back here just prior to the FTX failure, there was 53 borrowed new, but then 56 returned. So they were able to capture, and then you can see the price ran down for the next few days until FTX blew up, and then price started running back up. Right here, this is kind of an interesting one right here because you've got 20 million shares or 29 million new shares on loan, but only 21 million shares were returned. Whenever you see those big spikes of on loan amounts that don't correlate to new loans, that don't correlate to returns, somebody's getting screwed there. You should see small quantities of loaning amounts that are not being returned. Somebody should be getting screwed in something like this, though. They should be trying to return as many loans as they can every day, more than, especially with short share interest, the free float as high as it is, they should be returning more than they're loaning. I think that's it. That's all the things I can think of to look at. Days to cover. That's not. So many people look at days to cover, and I think it's not worth really noting. Yeah, I don't see anything else I'd want to pull up here. Let's see, it's 7:27. We're real close to seeing those. Let's take a look at April during that period of time real quick too, while we're at it. So November 11th or 10th and 11th is right here, and we did go for a little bit of a run. The close on the 9th was 1.3, and by the 14th we closed at 143. So a little bit of, I mean, it's not very much, but we did have a little tiny run there on FTX when FTX failed on Ape. But there was drastic amounts of loans that occurred during that time. Big spike just leading into the failure, which were subsequently later returned. Security lending volume didn't have any spikes during that time. That's probably all I want to look at. Yeah, Bert, I would totally agree with what it is that you're saying right there in regards to, you said that means a week before they knew FTX was going bankrupt. That's why they helped the Bahamians take money out and some elites. I would agree, but not Mr. Hanson apparently. Uh, Beer says something about Adam Aaron's tweets. Did he tweet something else again here? Let me check. No, nothing recently. All right, wait a minute. All right, maybe there is something to. I don't know. Let's check this out here. He's got a picture of him in a Sixers jersey with a Spalding basketball from the 76ers. It says formerly the 76ers CEO. I watched Game 5 with apologies to any and all Celtics fans. I lived in Boston for 5 wonderful years and Philadelphia for 23 wonderful years. There are only 3 words in the English language on my mind tonight: Philadelphia 76ers. I don't know. I wouldn't really read into that. I don't maybe you're seeing something I don't see. It was 10 hours. Well, if it's the 76 one you're talking about, it was 10 hours ago. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. Well, let's see what CPI. I mean, we should be able to see the market react to CPI numbers coming out here. Watch it do the exact opposite of what you would expect. If we have a high CPI at 0.4, watch price do the opposite of what you're expecting it to do. Most people would say it'd probably go down, but I think it might go up. Adam Aaron's tweet is 5:23, May 23rd. What? 5:23. 5. Oh, I see it. Because he keeps putting in 5 there. Game 5, Boston for 5 wonderful years, and Philadelphia for 23 wonderful years. 5:23 is what you're looking at there. Well, that's really, really close to the date that I said we should see the next price run up at. Buy. I'm waiting for it, chat. Let me refresh it and see if it's updated. It did update. Let's see. It looks like in April, the consumer price index for all urban consumers increased 0.4%. That's what they were expecting. Seasonally adjusted and rose 4.9% over the last 12 months. Not seasonally adjusted. The index for all these items, less food and energy, increased 0.4% in April, up 5.5% over the year. So we're looking at a 0.4% increase, and now we're going to watch the markets go bullish for whatever reason, when that's not necessarily a good thing. But they're going to go bull. Watch. Here we go. There it is. Right there. That's the SPY on the left-hand side that you're seeing. Go figure. I honestly think over the last 2 days they were pricing in the move down already. So this is like the correction. Chat, I'm getting a different number than you're getting. CPI is showing 5.5 over the year. .9 is the not seasonally adjusted. But it was up 0.4 though percent. I wonder what the breakdown on that is. Hold on a second. Let me see if they've got their report out already. CPI for all items rises 0.4 in April. Shelter, used cars and trucks, and gasoline are up. The index for shelter was the largest contributor to the monthly all-time all items increase, followed by increases in the index for used cars and trucks for the index and the index for gasoline. The increase in the gasoline index more than offset declines in the other energy component indexes, and the energy index rose 0.6% in April. The food index, which was unchanged in April as it was in March. The index for food and home fell 0.2% over the month, while the index for food away from home rose 0.4%. The index for all items less food and energy rose 0.4% in April, as it did in March. It only went up 0.1 in March. Why? I'm not sure why it says that. Let's see here. There's a nice little graph here of some of the bigger changes, which I think is kind of funny. But here's fuel oil. October 2022, 19.8 down to 1.7, negative 16.6, negative 1.2, negative 7.9, negative 4, and negative 4.5. I'm just going through and looking at these. Yep, used cars and trucks did move quite a bit. Transportation services dropped. Interesting. Anyways, let's see what this is looking like now. I ran this earlier this morning. 15.5% chance at a rate hike. Let's see what it is now. I wouldn't expect this to change until maybe later today. Went up to 19%. From 15.5 to a 19% chance. We're getting close to 1/5. One fifth of a chance, a 20% chance at an increase, 25 basis points this next time around. Well, we got 35 days, 5 hours, 21 minutes, and 4 seconds for them to decide. All right, I'm going to head out, guys. Let me make sure I got the screen set up for you here. SPY is up 0.39 now. consolidating after the jump up from about 410 to 412.88. It's consolidating right around 412.50. Thanks, preacher. All right. You ain't gotta tell me, man. Let's see here. I'm gonna head to break. Let me put up the message. Apex is saying I'll have the numbers for you when I get back. Uh, Meanwhile, I'll put on the tinfoil hat in the room. It's kind of one of those days, man. Uh, I would not be surprised to see the market up initially, but I don't know if that'll hold throughout the day. Volume, that's going to be something we should be looking at. Let's look at volume real quick on SPY real fast, just see what it's looking like. 592. Let me pull this up on a different screen real fast before I leave out of here. SPY. I'm not really paying attention to SPY volume all that much, so I don't really know where it's at this time of the mornings. So, but I do know that there is a pre-market volume profile that's pretty neat on TradingView, which is not working. Why is this not working? Do I have to go to month, weekly? It's not working. Get rid of that one, try again. Very interesting. It is not letting me take a look at this. Maybe let me try a smaller time interval. That might actually, I think that's going to work for me. I got to do that. Let's try that. All right. So this is a SPY. Every time I start off saying something like that, I always feel like I'm talking like this is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. But you can see the pre-market volume profiles compared to where it's been, like, for the last week or so. And you can see this morning that it's going to make if the SPY starts moving upwards here, it's going to be on extremely low volume in contrast to where it's been from the past. In fact, the last time that we've seen volume this low by this time in the morning would have been never on this page. I guess the closest would have been back here probably on March 28th, where I don't know how much volume there was for the day, but my guess is probably not a whole lot. But this page, let's see here. Let me go back a little bit. There were some periods of time where we had some volume about this. Let's go back to February 23rd and take a look at what the total daily volume was for February 23rd. Total daily volume that day was why is it not showing it to me? 96 million shares, which is actually way more volume, than I would expect we're not doing those kinds of levels of volume right now, so. So the market in pre-market volume is moving pretty decently on low volume. Let's take this down to like a 30-minute. There we go. It's actually on high volume. I think it makes a big difference on what kind of time parameter you set it up on. There we go. That's a little better. I should have taken it off the 1 hour. The 1 hour isn't going to be reporting the final data, so I had to take this down to like a 30-minute because we just had like that volume just kicked in for the last minute there, and so it's not gonna show the same way. So taking this down to like a 15-minute time interval shows the volume on increased volumes for the day. So we could see additional higher price movement with this higher volume profile. Makes more sense. Let's check something else out real quick here. Yeah, that's some good volume. Well, she's gonna rip. Question is are we gonna be inverse or not? Alrighty, guys. Break time. I'm going to break. See you guys in 30 minutes. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see. We've got AMC up 2.17%. Ape is up 1.23. Most of the market seems to be pretty much up. Let's see what SPY is doing. SPY is up 0.83. Cryptocurrencies. Let's see here. Banks. Most of them look green. US dollars up. No, it's not. It's down 0.28. Oil down 3.55. All right. So an update then, huh? Because we're going with the market. Question is it up all day today? Hold on a second, guys. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So hold on one second here. I'm going to look through these numbers real fast. And let me just try and figure out what in the world a good chart would look like for the day-to-day and what would be a good closing price. But the market probably won't want to. I'm sure they're going to try and reduce volume for the day. Half the distance. Breaking above the red cloud on the 1 hour time interval would be at around $5.88. We're about ready to open up at 566. If we split the difference and found ourselves at about maybe like 577 for a close, potentially. I did draw out a head and shoulders on a combined price of AMC and Ape earlier this morning, and we are kind of starting to follow that. We could be looking at a combined price maybe slightly higher than 753 by the end of the day. We might see some consolidation up at this level. I think I might. It's probably a little high. I think I'm going to go for a 750 close. So I need to incorporate 750 somehow into both price structures of both AMC and Ape. If I were to suggest that we were going to close on AMC at about 580, what would be the difference? $750. Let's see. That'd be 170 on Ape. That seems too high. Where's Ape at again? 163. I could see maybe closing Ape out. Could we is that even possible? 170? I mean, I feel like it might be. We're at 164 right now. 580 on AMC and maybe 170 on Ape. Let me make sure I got my math right here. Yeah, that's right. 750. All right, I'm gonna go 6 to 9 on my price prediction for the day today. It's so super high. I'm not real comfortable with it, but just trying to go with the flow where I think the market's going to. So we'll see what happens. That's gonna be my prediction for the day today. To be honest with you guys, I was really thinking that today was gonna be a down day today. but I'm trying to keep up with the market here. Maybe we'll see a reversal like midway through the day today, and I'll end up being wrong on this prediction horribly. But I'm trying to keep up with it here. Apex says going with sideways fucker yet again. AMC closed at 556 and Ape closed at 164 with a combined price of 720. So 570 to 870. I've got you down. 570 to 870. So so far we've got a pretty big range. We've got $1.03 on our range of price predictions. Einstein's all the way at 4.97. I'm all the way at $6. Apex is kind of picking something in the middle. It'll be interesting to see what Eric picks. It is. The numbers that I had today are the same numbers you had yesterday. You're exactly right. I think there's a small chance we can get there. I'm not really expecting it, but I don't know. Well, I was a day early for Tuesday's numbers. My Monday's numbers would have been perfect for Tuesday. Marvin, good morning to you. Congratulations on your new ownership. I don't know. I have this weird feeling that we're gonna see like some kind of like change in price in market movement like midday. We're gonna just see some like random dropout or something. It's not like we haven't seen it before. There was a vote on board members this year, Splinter, and everybody. I think there was. I'm pretty sure we had. Yeah, I'm pretty sure of it. Oh, you're talking about upcoming. Uh, I, I'd have to go back and look and see. I don't remember off the top of my head. 2020 R8, been searching for a while. Nice. Hold on a second. I gotta check something out real quick here. Somebody had messaged me that I gotta check their profile real quick here. We got just a few more minutes before market opens, but I want to, since this is on my mind right now, it's kind of one of those things. If I don't check it out while I'm thinking about it, I'll forget about it. So let's see here. Give me just a second. Any day now. Settings, community. All right. I'm looking for a sugar crane on my list of people who potentially may have accidentally been banned. Hmm. All right. Fixed. Sugar Crane, if you're listening, you've been added back in. And I'm not sure why, but Prometheus was back on my banned list again. So I'm not sure who's doing that, but Dynamite says I got friendly fire yesterday. It happens, it's really difficult. I haven't tried doing it from the phone, but it's I've actually made that mistake before on the computer, Dynamite. It's really, I can only imagine that it's that much harder on a phone. But it is difficult. So if you guys ever get banned and you can't hear anything, please reach out to me and find out if there was a reason why. Sometimes it's an accident. Let's go ahead and get this day started. I'll see you guys after market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Ecom, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our autoline constraints. From a weather
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on SM. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. So, for the title for the day today, I've got taking a look at the Fed balance sheet, and let's take a look at what we got going on here. So, for those of you who want to see it, linked and pinned to the top is the link to the website that I'm taking you to right now, which is the federal balance sheet here. Which looks like this page, and I'm going to read this off again to some of you who are joining in now that weren't here earlier this morning. I'm going to read this one more time here. Today they released that link takes you to this page here, by the way, and you can go to last week's report. Tomorrow's report gets released at about 4:30 p.m. But this is the release from last week. And in here it says, in Table 4, the outstanding amount of facility assets purchased by MS Facilities LLC Main Street Lending Program reflects the quarterly update to the allowance for loan leases, or losses rather, sorry. The allowance for the loan losses was estimated based upon the Main Street Lending Program holdings as of March 31st, 2023. On May 1st, 2023, the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation closed First Republic Bank and adopted the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, or FDIC, as receiver. For purposes of the H41, or the federal balance sheet, the Federal Reserve's outstanding lending to the First Republic Bank at the discount window and through the Bank Term Funding Program are now reflected in Table 1 as other credit extensions. The outstanding loans are being repaid from assets left behind by the receivership, proceeds of the purchase and assumption agreement between the FDIC and JP Morgan Chase Bank, National Association, and pursuant to an FDIC guarantee. And if you scroll down a little bit here in the first section, what you'll notice is that it has April 26th, 2 weeks ago, report, and then last week's report, and the difference in the value. This is reported in millions of dollars, which means that when you see a number in the hundreds of thousands, that's billions. So we went from 34.9 billion in reserve bank credit to a deficit of 400.1 billion. And so there's some big numbers in here on the balance sheet. You can go through this and check them all out and see for yourself where those big numbers were. But I searched for some news articles and to help maybe for me to be able to explain it, because I really think I could put this into words. So I searched for some articles that kind of were related to what it is that we're seeing on these balance sheets, and these are two of the articles that I kind of came up with that I felt were most relevant. This one, I'm reading the older one of or I think this is the older one of the two. No, this is the newer one of the two first. and the only reason I'm reading you this one is because the context, I think, is what's most important here about what it is that he has to say. But the Fed's dual mandate requires it to ensure both stable prices and maximum employment. The traditional tool the Fed uses to accomplish these goals is the adjustment of the federal funds rate, the short-term interest rate that determines how much it costs for banks to lend to each other overnight. Lend to each other overnight. The 2007 and 8 financial crisis, however, demonstrated that even lowering the interest rate to zero was considered insufficient to shore up economies in free fall, and the Fed turned to more unusual tactics. One of these measures was that the Fed refers to as large-scale asset purchases, which is more commonly known as quantitative easing. Under this process, the Fed enters the market to buy securities, typically mortgage-backed securities and treasuries, injecting both capital and liquidity into the market. This approach is not without risk. For the first time in history, the Fed is regulator, supervisor, and now participant in the economy. And so this is one of the things that I've mentioned to you guys in the past, where I've seen the government going in and purchasing these mortgage-backed securities, and then seeing basically a pumping of money into the marketplace, and you'll see how that plays out here in some graphs down below, and what it looks like over time. The development of quantitative easing is as a go-to tool for the Fed in times of crisis has led to an unprecedented focus on one of its traditionally unremarkable aspects, the Fed total assets. Just as with any other firm, securities that the Fed purchases are considered assets and therefore are represented on the Fed's balance sheet. This, therefore, is the most reflective guide of the state of quantitative easing and, by extension, the degree to which the Fed has deemed it necessary to intervene in the economy. Is the economy being intervened with more or less than January of 2022? And if you were to just take at a look at the three standard levels here across, let me just pull over a different page. I'm gonna pull this up over here, and I'm just gonna line this up so you can see. I would say it's less. They're intervening less. However, the quantity at which it was Treasury securities, which is in blue down here, was a dip. The mortgage-backed securities, which is in red, is a little bit of a dip as well, but probably not quite as much through the other, which is going to be the banks. That banks are what we just determined is showing up as other assets, right? So that's all showing up in that section right there. So that is current. That's current from January of 2022. Now he does the same exact graph and shows from 120 or 1/1/20, just before COVID started, to current, and you can see right after COVID started, we're still not back to the levels pre-COVID. So we're still having the Federal Balance Reserve balance sheet showing lots of securities having been purchased, and then here's the current time right here. And then the larger portion of time that he was showing back to 20, all this data right here is before. So he's got 1/5/05 to 20. This is all current data. So you can see that our since 2005, our government has really started having to become a participant in our markets to keep them afloat. And I guess you could look at 2008 on this chart here and see where mortgage-backed securities were started getting purchased by our government back in 2009 after the housing market blow up, and you can see that some of those numbers are some of the biggest numbers that we've seen so far. Now you got banks to add on top of that, and Treasury securities as well. So it's not very good. It's looking pretty crappy. The other part to this, the other article that I was pulling up here, was by Wolf Richer from the Wolf Street. He says Fed balance sheet plunges by 230 billion in 6 weeks, biggest plunge in 14 years. And I'll just show you right here. This is the 6 weeks that he's referring to. This big plunge right here. I'll just post this up for you guys to read. There is one particular spot that I wanted to point out to you guys where I had mentioned last week that we saw some unusual activity going through Um, foreign exchanges for AMC, like large quantities of volume. And right here it says repos with foreign official counterparties paid off in the prior week. This was likely the program that the Swiss National Bank used to provide dollar liquidity support for the take under of Credit Suisse by UBS. So, um, I mean, I don't know exactly how that would have worked in regards to seeing some of our volume for shares moving over there, but maybe they need the shares in the international markets to be able to do whatever it is that they need to do with their positions with Credit Suisse. I don't know. I'm not really sure, but we did see some unusual activity on AMC going through those international exchanges last week that corresponds with what he was talking about with the repos with foreign official counterparties being paid off. The only other one that I wanted to, I don't think there's anything else on this I want to point out. We've already talked about BTFP loans. That's that new program that they have that was supposed to kind of, I think, kind of give a little bit of an easing effect to banks that were having problems, where they could um, basically use collateral to pay off or take 1 year temporary loans to pay down or to use that money however they needed to, I guess, really. Just let's see here. Where does it say it? I guess I don't know that it says it in here. Right here? Oh, yeah, here it is. Under the program rolled out on March 13th, banks can borrow for up to 1 year at a fixed rate pegged to the 1 year overnight index swap rate plus 10 basis points. Banks have to post collateral but valued at par. Anyways, really interesting stuff. Maybe if you want to take a look at it and read into it, go for it on your time. I'm really curious to see what the balance sheet's going to be looking like tomorrow after the market closes, and it's going to be something that I'll be looking into quite heavily. I think there's, I'm gonna be really interested in some of the data reporting for week over week after seeing those big jumps in numbers. I was reading what Kenny's BP said. It's another BP. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't think Mankipokia says crime will be shown to Powell and Gigi. I think that a lot of this stuff is being exposed, and I'm pretty sure that they already know about it. But I think that a lot of what we're seeing happening with the banks is exposing um, a lot of the things that are wrong in our markets right now. Gary, your one way or the other, if you send in a letter, it does not change your position. It either shows a level of support or rejection of the litigation that's happening. So, but it would not change your position and what would occur to you. Either you're going to get the settlement or you're not going to get the settlement, based on what the judge rules. Sending the letter does nothing for you, other than maybe expressing your point and as to whether or not you agree with the settlement or you don't agree with it. I did finish reading through uh, the notice of pendency of stockholders class action and proposed settlement paperwork, and the last portion of it is really talking specifically about how if you want to send in that objection or approval letter of support or whatever you want to call it, it really does kind of state it, and it starts on page 22, where it starts talking about how specifically you need to send in that, and it starts with paragraph 64. Any objection statements of support filings and other submissions must include the following 5 things. So you got to have state the objection or statement of support is being filed with the respect to the litigation with the number of the case. State the name, address, and telephone number of the objector or supporter, and if represented by counsel, the name, address, and telephone number of his, her, or its counsel. Signed by either by hand or electronically by the objector or supporter. Contain a specific written statement of objections or statement of support and the specific reasons for the objections or statement of support, including any filings the objector or supporter wishes to bring to the court's attention. And last but not least, include documentation sufficient to prove that the objector or supporter is a member of the settlement class, i.e. held shares of AMC common stock between August 3rd, 2022 through and including the date the objection or statement of support is made. And so I know that when they were talking about that, they were saying that a screenshot of your position that you hold through your broker would be sufficient, and that you can leave out things like your account number, but it does need to show like your name. And I think I think the account number has to have like the last 4 digits or something like that. But I think there's like a more detailed breakdown on that on one of the other listings. You guys were talking about a lot of halts this morning, and I went in to go look at it when you guys started talking about it, and I didn't feel like that was the case. I wasn't seeing a whole lot of halts. I mean, I see halts, but it doesn't seem excessive. Gary, I don't think anybody's probably received a letter from the judge as of yet. I mean, I don't know how much sooner it's going to go out, but you can always go to the website to look it up. It's not that hard. And I can give you a link to it. I mean, there's no sense in waiting for something to be mailed to you if you can just get it right now. If you can sit here and listen to this live stream, then you have the capacity to be able to look this up, or you should have. Dr. Zeno says this is the most artificial market I've seen in 25 years of watching this cesspool of crook activity. I feel like, Dr. Zeno, I feel like maybe I was sleeping through a lot of it from the past and just didn't either choose to know to recognize what was happening from the past, or that things have changed now, and or I have access to information now that I didn't used to have, that makes it easier to see. I'm not sure which. I'm not really keeping up with the lawsuit, Dennis. I'm really not. By any means. I'm not keeping up. I did go through and read the that notice to the stockholders, because I felt like it was kind of important to just kind of read through it and just see what was out there. Dynamite says both. I mean, it's possible. So right now, Ape is up 0.48% at 1.628, and then we've got AMC down 0.72 at 550. Let's see how this is shoring up. Oh wow, interesting. Just going to take you over to the other screen here real quick, and I said there's two different possibilities as to what may be happening here. And one of the things that I did is I took a screenshot of something that occurred just a few days back last week in trading, and I mirrored the image in blue that you're seeing over here on the right-hand side. I mirrored that image of the price movement, and we're following along that pretty well. I wouldn't if this is how the day is going to continue on here. Do note that it's just a little bit off here. I feel like maybe if I drag this to the right just a hair, things will line up a little bit better. But if that's the case, if this is kind of where we're at right now and price is going to continue to fall, by the close of today, we should see a price of about, I would say a combined price of around 692 combined. Which, did we get anybody who had 692 combined? Let's see. Eric's going with the same numbers today. Let's see what, I think Einstein might be the closest. Oops. No. Let's see about Apex. No. Yeah, it's trading in between a lot of our numbers. We had a big range between our price guessers, uh, price predictors for the day. So it's kind of it's not very usual that we see this much of a spread between us. I've got Eric's got the high end at 608 and Einstein's got the low end at 497. It's a pretty big range. The other possibility, by the way, guys, that I was mentioning to you guys earlier this morning in pre-market was it was looking like there was a chance that we may be having a little bit of a head and shoulder pattern forming, and we were starting to. It was really starting to look like this would be the breakup period or the run-up period of time where you would see price starting to consolidate up to this point up in here. It was starting to look like an inverted head and shoulder kind of pattern, but it's still following this trend here from 2 days ago, this mirrored trend in price movement. So we'll continue to watch this. I mean, I've got this on a 15-minute interval right now, so it's only we're only like 45 minutes into this period of time where the price should be moving up, and it could move quickly. You can see from the past, once it does start moving, it does move pretty fast. So the question is it going to be this move or this move? Apex says breaking news: Representative George Santos was arrested on federal criminal charges, including wire fraud, money laundering, and lying to Congress. The U.S. Attorney's Office says. He was charged with drag queening also. Hold on a second, I gotta look this up real quick here. I gotta see this. Who was it again? It was George Santos. I gotta see that. I'm terrible with images. I gotta see images. Oh, okay, I know who this guy is. All right. Hmm. Hmm. I'm just looking to see his background here. Actually, I'm gonna pull up a different site, I think, for this. Hold on a second. Let's use. I like this site. I think that I don't use this site enough, and I want to use it more, but I guess I don't ever feel like I have a reason to use it specifically. How do I find this? I feel like there used to be a search feature on this site. I'll show it to you in just a second. There we go. All right, so this is called capitaltrades.com. We'll pull this over here to the side, and once you go to that site, you can go to politicians, and then we'll just pull in Santos. There he is. Republican from New York. It's not showing any trades here. Not. He's only 34. Wow. He's a young guy for a politician. I feel like. No trades. No. Apparently he's getting his money other ways. I mean, I'm alleged. I think I should probably say allegedly. Allegedly, he may be getting his money other ways, because I guess it's not really proven yet. I didn't look up George Santos drag. That's not what I wanted to see. I wanted to look up to see what his trades were. Let's see. The charges comprised of 7 counts of wire fraud, 3 counts of money laundering, 1 count of theft of public funds, and 2 counts of making materially false statements to the House. See how the banks are doing right now. Most of the banks are green. Some aren't. Some aren't though. It's a little bit of a mixed pot today of green and red. SPY is up 0.6, and let's see, we've got oil down 2.6 and dollar down 2.8 or 0.28. VIX is up 4.3% for the day today so far. Let me check this real quick because I've been finding that when I go into VIX, see, I knew it. For some reason or another, I'm not sure why, but when I don't click on the VIX lately, it hasn't been updating on Webull, and I have no idea why that's the case. It's down 2.03. I got to make sure and click on that when I'm reading that. I was going to say, it didn't seem right to be up 4%. I got to remember to click on that. Apex says Comer is dropping a bombshell at noon today on the Bidens. I've read about that, and sometimes I kind of wonder if it's just, I mean, is it really a bombshell? Is it really? Or is it just another, like, media fluff of, like, I don't know, accusations that just don't go anywhere, really? I feel like we see that way too often. I'm dropping a bomb and then nothing happens, right? Like a big nothing burger. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, I don't know. I feel like there's always this hype of, it's like everybody was assuming Trump was going to get arrested in New York, and that he was gonna, and that oh, this is it, he's going to jail. It's all over for him, and it was nothing really. Oh no, yeah, and keep reporting on it too, Apex. Uh, I'm just saying, I just feel like it's always It's lip service. Yeah, look, all you guys are saying it exactly at the same time. All distractions, just watch the magician's other hand. Gary, we wouldn't. At this rate where we're at right now, without any kind of raising of capital, we would not get out of debt. Crypto can never be adopted. Cryptocurrent market. So that's, I watched, somebody linked me to a video this weekend, Bird Eye, that some, I can't remember what his name is. Somebody was talking about how they had CBDC wrong and that CBDC is not really what everybody thinks of it as a new currency. It's not a new currency at all. It's just it would just be basically replacing what it is for that we have as a financial or what we consider to be financial currency for the dollar. And it would just basically, instead of calling it a dollar, you call it a CBDC. And so there's not really any change there. And so it really just kind of, it would be possible because that 300, the world economy of 300 trillion, whatever portion of that would be America's portion, or whoever was involved in a CBDC would end up taking that part and just simply calling it something different. It's not really. I feel like I need to just play the video. I contemplated whether I would play this video or not because it's another YouTube stream. Maybe I'll just link you guys to it. Hold on a second. Let me find it real fast. Well, nothing's fast when I have to go into my DMs to find this stuff. But let's see if I can find it. I think this is it. I found it. It's not that. I wasn't. It didn't take as long as I thought. Yay. It was Edward Burchuk. I think I say his name wrong. Brechuk, Edward Brechuk, that sent it to me. I'm like throwing him under the bus. It was, I think it was his own tweet that he put out. So if you follow him, you probably already saw this. If you didn't, if you don't follow him, then you probably haven't. So this is by who is this guy? I've seen so many of his videos, and I just don't even know what his name is.
Hello, fellow Rebel Capitalists. Hope you're well. Hello. So I've been doing some research for my presentation.
Sorry. The Rebel Capitalist. Maybe some of you guys know who this is. I'll link you to this video. I got through most of the video, not all of it. It's like a 24-minute long video, but he kind of talks about how he kind of mislabeled CBDCs as being like a new currency where it's not that at all. It just takes over what we currently have in place. His name is George Gammon. Thank you. I don't know his name. You know how bad I am with names. I can't remember. Even if I knew what his name was, even though you just told me what his name is, I probably won't be able to remember. I can remember Hot Koch, only because it's funny. But George Gammon, it's so plain Jane, I'll never remember that. I just can't. My mind just won't remember names, and I'm okay with it. I live with it that way. It's the way I am. Dr. Cena says I heard something about Koch. Yeah, I can remember that name. I think I already know the answer to this question, but if we can't get out of debt, how do we squeeze, or how do we even have the price go up? So in the past, debt wasn't really a problem for us, right? So long as the so some things have changed, Gary, and I don't want to say what they are, but I will just throw this out there: crypto. I'll throw out one word. Something changed, and crypto's a part of that. Normally, we would have been able to have a squeeze without needing the company to be profitable. It just would have been possible because of buying pressure. However, something happened that changed things, and I'm not talking about it. I don't want to say what it is, but there were things that changed, and they were able to find or create additional avenues of liquidity inside the market. And that the way by which they did that caused them to be able to kind of push this out. I know, doctor. I'm trying very carefully here. I'm treading on thin ice. They were able to prolong this and basically create a way of being able to avoid margin calls like they normally would in normal situations. So now we have a problem with the idea of, okay, well, if they can extend this out longer and longer and longer, then what happens if AMC can't become profitable, or um, if they can't turn a profit, what's going to happen? Could they short them into bankruptcy? And the answer becomes yes. Yes, they absolutely could. And so what we're now focusing on, and I think that a lot of people are understanding, is that fundamentals for AMC at this point matter. And so if you were to go back and see where my stance was on dilution of this stock 2 years ago, I was absolutely against it. But I understand the dynamics of what's going on here better now than I did back then, and those dynamics didn't exist back then. It's changed. So because of that change, the fundamentals actually really matter. So if we don't see the capital raised and AMC reduce their debt enough to where they can become turn a profit, then we're never going to have institutional buyers. And if we don't have institutional buyers, then we're not going to see price improvement. And so to answer your question, we have to raise capital. That's how we're going to do this. If we don't raise that capital, AMC could be screwed. But we gotta raise that capital. It's a really important thing right now. Hi Casey, do you think we just need to ban shorting overall, or just ban illegal shorting only? So if you would have asked me that question 2 years ago, I would have said we needed to ban all shorting. All shorting. And this is going to be the weirdest thing to sit through what we've sat through for the last 2 years, for me to sit here and tell you that I think that shorting is a necessity in the marketplace is going to be so strange for you to hear, because you're going to be like, wait a minute, what, WTF? And I agree with you. I'm like, yeah, I know. It's really, really weird to sit through what we've gone through for the last 2 years and have me sit here and tell you that I think shorting should be legal. However, the methods by which they use to short right now, I feel like are some very shady methods. What I think are illegal methods, but are methods that have not been used before and identified as being illegal. Well, yet they have not yet been identified as being illegal methods, and I think that really, when it comes down to it, it's the illegal shorting that I think that needs to end. They need to put a crackdown on the illegal shorting, and they also, let's get rid of while we're at it, let's get rid of market makers who are also hedge funds, because clearly there's a conflict of interest there. So that's where I stand on it. Just saying. Dr. Zena says shorting in the market is necessary for the market health. Shorting is not the problem. The abuse of shorting, abusive short. I'm going to correct what he's put there. Abuse of shorting is a huge problem, though. Yeah, the abuse of shorting is a problem. The abuse of it, yes, I totally agree. And the reason for it is that I believe shorting is actually important for the marketplaces. It trims the fat. You can't just have people investing money into a marketplace and always having prices moving upwards. You gotta reduce the fat in businesses, and you don't want companies uh, growing that are taking away from growth in the marketplace. Because it is possible to have a failing company in a marketplace and have investors keeping it afloat when it really should be a company that shouldn't be in existence any longer. It promotes growth. But you'll never find me shorting anything. I'll leave that up to somebody else. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to play that game. I'll let other people decide who should be shorted and who should not be shorted. Holy crap, is it 22 minutes past time to look at the numbers? How did I do that? How did I get 22 minutes past time? Wow, I must have been monologuing hard. All right. He said hard and monologue. Let's take a look at these numbers here. Yeah, man, I've been adamantly against hedge funds since the early 2000s, since the very first time, since the dot-com bubble, essentially. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. So I'll just hold all those personal comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up there. Otherwise, I won't be able to see what it is you're writing. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account. And while you're at it, if they allow you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that code, not a bad idea. That way you can still get it if something happens to your primary device. Please take pictures or video footage of your portfolio. The more active your portfolio, the more often you need to do it. Don't be that person that has your brokerage change something, and then you see the change and you're like, wait, that's not right, and then you don't have any proof to prove that should be anything different than what it is that they're saying it is. So please protect yourself. I can't stress to you enough. I know it's something I just say like every day, but it is so vitally important, guys. Please heed my warning. I don't care if you two-factor authentication, that's up to you, right? But if you're not taking pictures of your portfolio right now, you are doing yourself the biggest, worst disservice ever. So make sure you're getting those pictures in. Let's take a look at these numbers. We're going to do the full review here. Starting with the top left-hand side, price prediction tallies. Everybody's got 2 points for the week. Nobody's gotten any nailed it on the head, and I don't think it's going to happen today either. Short exempt volume for the day today was down. So is Ape on short exempt volume. Short exempt volume for AMC was at 178.2. Ape was 61,000 shares. Utilization for AMC is 100%. Ape was up quite a bit to 58.63%. We figured out why that was the case, and it's simply because of the fact that short interest was reported and adjusted, and the adjustment caused the utilization to show up higher. Day-over-day price increase. AMC was down 6.1% yesterday. Ape was up 3.18. Max Payne, holy crap, that's not looking right on the page there, is it? You guys gotta tell me when this stuff doesn't look right. Be like, hey, dude, fix your shit. I feel bad for like moms that are watching this show, and then I swear. I'm sorry. I apologize if your kids are listening. Max Payne is $6 for the day today. No change since the beginning of the week, I think. We've been at $6 the whole time. Off exchange, by this time of the day, we're well past when I would normally look at the numbers, but I would usually say for the first time of the day, about 44% is what we should be seeing. And EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11. Right now on AMC, we've got 50.28% and EDGX at 14.49. The grand total on that's 64.77%, or about 10.77% higher than what I would expect by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.03 of the 30-day average of 2.58, so nothing unusual going on there. On Ape, off exchange amount is 63.97% going through off exchanges. EDGX is at 5.43. I don't have the combined total. Combined total is 69.4%. Nice. Kids, make sure you ask your mom what 69 means. Mom, why does Casey always say nice after 69? He's just, those are cool numbers. Let's see here. We've got, what is that? Quite a large amount more than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. It's like 15.4% higher than usual. CHX is 0. I'm so not appropriate for kids. CHX volume is 0.14 for GME with a 30-day average of 0.19. I mean, I'm no Astro, but but it's worse. It's worse with me, right? Because you think you're safe, and then next thing you know, you're like trying to cover your kid's ears as fast as you can. It's like surprise, hit you up with something like that. Taking a look at total amount of shares owned by institutions, we're at 133.056 million shares. It's now being reported at 132.98 million. A little bit of a drop there. Surprise. I want to do. Never mind. I'm not going to do it. Taking a look at options for calls at a $6 strike. Yesterday, our highest amount of calls were rolling in for volume. That's still the case for the day today. We have 9.9 thousand contracts so far this morning. That's pretty high for this time of the morning. I'm actually going to put in 10,000. It's close enough. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5.50 strike. There is approximately 2.9 thousand contracts, and I'm just going to make a quick mention of this real fast. If you look at the total amount of volume below $5.50 right now, it's like zilch, zero, nada, thing. Nobody's expecting this price to go below 550. There's like 686 contracts at 5. There's 568 contracts at 4.5. There's 12 at 4, 6 at 3.5, 9 at 3. One contract at 2. You see what I'm saying? It is dead out there, meaning the market does not think that this price is going to be dropping down to that next strike price of around $5. So we may see something somewhere closer to. We may see something higher. I mean, market is kind of suggesting we've got in the money puts being purchased right now at $6. There's 1.3, almost 1.4 thousand contracts. So. I think the market is expecting to see price start going up here. So I think what we're seeing right now is simply a control on volume. They don't want to see volume spiking when price goes up. And so what do you do to do that? Push the price down or let it trade sideways for a little while and then slowly let it rise. That's how you control it. So let's take you guys over to, oh wait, let me give you a little bit of music and we'll move some pages around and take a look at the rest of the data. This one's Spruce. I don't know why I called this song Spruce. I don't know why I called any of them what I called them. But this sounds sprucey to me. Like I feel like I should go clean something when I hear this song. Spruce. I can't even remember what screens I'm moving around. Oh yeah, here we go. It's so sprucey, I should just go clean something. This is a cleaning song. I can smell like fresh lemon zest when I hear this song. I'm not sure if it's the squeaking sound of the guitar. That's probably exactly what it is. You feel like that's what it sounds like when you rub your fingers across a nice clean glass surface and your hands aren't oily. He's lost it. He's officially lost it. No, I'm good. Oops, this is the wrong chart. Where did my other chart go? Here it is. All right. Combined price of AMC and Ape currently at $7.20. We did find support. We found support at $7. It's been a little lower than $7.15, but we found support at about $7.12 4 different times now. Maybe 3 times. Three times for sure. Almost a 4th time. I mean, we are holding support there at $7.15 pretty good. It's time to run this. I almost did it. I almost swore. It's time to run this up. So I'd like to see this start driving up, and maybe we can get some consolidation at 750 range for the price today, and start forming our inverse head and shoulders, leading us towards a breakout, perhaps maybe on Thursday. That's what I want to see happen, but I don't know that we're going to get it because we're on such low volume for the day today. You can see the low volume down here. It's pretty crappy. It's poopy. I forgot to move Vortex. Let's go clean something. I still feel like cleaning some more. Shares borrowed so far for the day today on AMC. We're at 1.61 million shares traded so far for the day today. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 24.99%. Cost to borrow min is at 236.87%. Average is 296.94, and max is 305.75. Look, now you don't have to clean anymore. We're done cleaning. We can get out of that phase. I don't want to clean anymore. It's back to the lazy, no clean, no music. Utilization. We're at 100% utilization for 81 straight trading days in a row. Taking a look at the on-loan amount day over day, it increased by 3.75 million shares from 162.27 to 166.02. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float from 24.76 to 24.89, giving Ortex the ability to estimate that about 674,000 of that was in short interest. Now, normally, like I said, it was 3.75 million shares. I would have thought that it would have been around 1.24 or 1.25 million shares in short interest. But because the exchange reported short interest that just got reported was higher than what they were estimating, was it? No, it was lower. I'm sorry, because it was lower, they had to drop their estimates. So it came in just a fraction of a hair lower, about 900,000 shares. So they estimated just a little bit lower. About 600,000 shares to make up for that. So that's why that came in a little bit different. On-loan average age per day, dropping some more. That's 2 days in a row of a drop on this number here. So we're going to be able to flag another time frame here where I think we'll see another push up in price. But right now it went from 110.19 days to 107.8. Security lending volume dropped day over day from 24.01 to 15.47 million shares. On Ape, 191,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. That will raise the estimated short share interest of the free float fractionally to 5.76%. Some of you may be looking at that 5.76 and saying that is way higher than what I remember. It was like 5.14 yesterday, and I'll show you why that was. They got their estimates on short interest a little bit off on the predictions. We've got cost to borrow mins at 8.91, average is 9.05, and max is 9.55. Let's take a look at why that's the case. Here's that exchange reported short interest number that just came in, and the exchange estimates were lower than, so they had to bring that up. They came. Let me zoom in on this. Their estimates were lower, so they had to bring up the numbers, which is why you see this big jump up here to match those estimates. The utilization did drive up as probably for that reason. Utilization drove upwards from 53.52 to 58.63. Here's your on loan amount dipping, even though the utilization and the amount of reported short interest is higher, from 23.27 million to 22.57. So 700,000 shares returned yesterday. Short share interest of the free float's rising. The correction was made, and they brought it up from 5.14. Wow, I can't believe I remember that number from yesterday. 5.14 to 5.75, and the security or on loan average age per day still rising from 83.95 to 85.04. Security lending volume was slightly up yesterday from 617,000 shares to 1.24 million shares. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. Is this? Yeah, that's right. None of which are on this list. Likely due to low volume. SSR trigger price is at $4.99. Shares available to borrow is at 550,000 shares. Does look like they borrowed some more shares this morning. Earlier this morning, we had noted down 350,000 shares. They did return some shares back, borrowed another 550,000 here. So let me add that. That's 900,000. And then they returned those shares, and then they borrowed those shares right back again. We're going to call it 1.5, 1.05. To that. So 1.95 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. I think that's really close to what it was yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Fees are showing up at 140.3%. We've got 108.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 19.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 110.8 out of the money on the puts versus 32.8 in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.89. Dow Jones is down 0.24. The S&P 500 is up 0.22. We have 3,286 advancers to 2,890 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining currently. Banks, big movers. Did this one stop finally? Nope, still trading. FRC is down 12.37. Silvergate is up 4.44. FHN is down 3.41. Coinbase is up 4.1. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is currently showing down 0.39. US dollar is currently down 0.25. Oil is down 2.84. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.57 to 0.59, and the SPY is up 0.27. VIX is down 4.12. VBR is down 0.36. VB is up 0.05. Tesla is up 2%. Amazon is up 3%. Cinemark is down 0.83. Doge is up 1.39. Bitcoin is up 2.01 at 28.2K a coin. GME is up 2.96. HYMC is down, or up rather, 0.55. NCMI is up 0.79. Hood is down 2.2, Ape is up 1.14, and AMC is up 0.09. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $225,000 more inflow than outflow. 4.72 million shares traded so far after, oh man, I'm late. 69 minutes. Nice. 69 minutes worth of trading. We're currently on pace for 26.67 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Of course, that's going to come down, and I'm expecting to see somewhere between 5 to 25. So we're almost on that pace. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.11, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 38.23, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.52. which is slightly below average, and on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI, 42.82, which is below average. On Ape, there is approximately just about $100,000 more outflow than inflow. 1.05 million shares traded so far. 70 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for 5.85 million shares traded by the end of the day on Ape, and that's within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 64.64, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 60.48, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, just fractionally more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 58.84, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 53.5, which is slightly above average. Oh, my stomach is grumbling. I must be hungry. All right, with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Woodstock says, doesn't Stonko Tracker only use one source? That might be a possibility in terms of shares being borrowed, which is why I use Ortex for that data. I think, let me see here. Let's see here. Yeah, they use interactive brokers. It only displays the amount of shares that can be borrowed from them. It's not the total amount of available shares to borrow, but gives a good indication of what's happening. That is correct. Oh, looks like you already put that in there. Yeah, see, I think that's the dumbest thing to say for anybody to say. Whenever you say it only gives you part of the data that it's not worth looking at, I think that's the dumbest thing anybody could say. That's like saying, for example, here's a great example. I'm not sure if you're a climate change kind of guy or not, but that's like saying I'm only going to take I have a sampling of data, and I'm not going to rely on that sampling of data to tell me perhaps what past may have looked like, right? And so it can give you an insight as to what the past may have looked like, but it can also lead you to conclusions that might also be wrong as well. But it is still a data set, and it's worth looking at compared to not having any information whatsoever. So in regards to somebody saying like it's not worth looking at because it's not a complete report, that's BS. Like I would rather fly with looking through a straw in an airplane than flying with my eyes closed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to fly an airplane with my eyes closed. Probably not a good idea. I will at least, if I can at least look through a straw, I would rather look through a straw at what I have to look at than nothing. Oh, sorry about that, Steven. My bad. fixed. What kind of what kind of accuracy you think you're going to get in this market, Woodstonk? What kind of accuracy do you think you're going to get? A lot of this is self-reported data, right? How accurate can you possibly get? And the answer is that if that's the basis that by which you're going to by which you're going to commit to what you're going to make decisions based off of, then you might as well not even trade in the marketplace, right? Because what's the point if you can't rely on any of the numbers because they're all partial amounts? Then there's no point even looking at any of the numbers whatsoever because it's everything that you look at is partial information. As a retail trader, you don't have insight into large quantities of accurate information. So you take what you can get, and then you try to compile an idea as to what's happening based off that information. Or you just fly blind, which I'm not going to do. I think that's the most irresponsible thing you could possibly do is fly blind. I would much rather have a bunch of different tools at my disposal to make a decision. Yeah, broadside of a barn, I will take any day of the week than shooting into an ocean where you have no idea. You're trying to spear a fish, and you got something the size of the barn or the size of the ocean. Which would you rather be fishing in? I'd rather go for the side of the barn. Mackenby says I fly in planes where the pilot is blind all the time, meaning you don't fly. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. See, and that's actually really funny that you should say that because pilots actually do fly blind sometimes, right? They're not, but they're using their instruments, right? And sometimes one of their instruments may be giving faulty data, but they have other instruments to look at or to utilize to be able to confirm or not confirm whether or not that information is good information or not. So they truly, honestly do fly blind sometimes, and they have to rely on the data that's provided to them to draw a picture. No, it's more like my buddy told me that it's 1 inch deep, Doug, and if I don't know how to swim, I know there's water because he told me it's 1 inch deep, and if I don't know how to swim, I'm not going to risk it, right? So that's what the difference is. I'd rather not go if I don't know how to swim and I don't know if it's 1 inch deep or 20 feet deep. I'm not going to go swimming in it, right? Because it's not worth it because I know that there's water there and I could potentially die. That's the difference. So I love the analogy that you're providing. The only problem is that you're assuming I'm going to jump into a 1 inch puddle of water, not knowing how to swim because my friend said it's 1 inch. Or maybe I'm going to take the information that I know that I can't swim and not jump into a puddle of water because it's got water. Well, I mean, when I say flying blind, Hayden, you know what I mean by that, though. You're using your instruments, and you're not necessarily looking out a window to fly. Which you would challenge back and say, you're always flying off the instruments, and I understand that. But for the purpose of using it as an analogy. Well, I would prefer if the data was more accurate, Doug, but I have enough information to draw the picture that I need to draw. Or when I go to jump in that 1-inch puddle of water, I'm going to put some floaties on because I can't swim. If I know I can't swim, I'm going to put some floaties on as I go to jump into the puddle just in case. Swami says volume dying out. Absolutely it is. That's like the main goal. Like almost every single day, right off the bat, they try to close out volume. And pre-market was a good example of expressing that as being the case. I mean, it was so low today. The pre-market volume was just amazingly low. How tight can they hold their cheeks together? I don't know. I don't know. I never said that though, Doug. I'm not relying on Stonko Tracker only. I also use Ortex data as well. Uh-oh. Plague just got hit by Hayden. Was that on purpose, Hayden? Highway Frog says, I'm picturing Casey in a bathing suit with floaties on his arms. I can't get it out of my head. That's interesting. If they're the same source, then why do they report different data? I'm not even going to argue with you. I'm not even going to argue with you because all I know is that what this comes down to is people who can't afford to pay for Ortex make excuses as to why it's not relevant. And I know it's good data, and it's very, very important data for realizing why something is the way. It's helped me to understand that there's a lot of positions that I should never be entering into. Because it's danger zone, massive, massive danger zone, and without that information, I could be potentially making some positions that are bad. And so this is people. What I've learned to find out, Doug, is that people who can't afford it just simply write it off as not being accurate because it doesn't help them because it's essentially the fox calling the what was it, the apple or the plum? I forget which it is. The fox calling the apple bad because he couldn't reach it. So I get it. You can't afford it. That's cool. You come here for it. I'm okay with that. Call it what you want. I think it's great, valuable data. I'm going to continue to read it. Sour grapes. That's what it was, Robert. Thank you. I couldn't remember. I wanted to say apple and plum, and I couldn't remember it was grapes. Yeah, it's the grapes. You got it. It's right. Point for, you know what? I'm gonna give Robert a point for that one. It was sour grapes. Robert B got a point. Yeah, but anybody who's going to discredit, I can understand discrediting Stonko Tracker. I totally get that. It's been super inaccurate. It doesn't cost anything. I totally understand why somebody would discredit Stonko Tracker, but to discredit Ortex and the data that they provide, even when they are wrong, they still provide a huge wealth of information that would not normally be accessible uh, or current. It may be accessible, but it might not be current to investors, retail investors, at what I would consider to be an affordable price. So I'm going to continue to pay for it. I like it. Swami says I lost 20,000 over 2 years because I did not trade with volume rising. Volume is king, and I totally get it now. Next AMC run will have huge volume. That's the sign. Absolutely, your volume is everything. You're absolutely right, Swami. Volume is by far uh, one of the most key factors or important things that you need to see in price improvement. Without rising volume and price improvement, you have a signal that's, if you have stagnant or lowering volume and rising price, you have a bearish signal. Glad says, I bet Matt Kors wished he used it before he losing 30,000 recently. He's got enough money for it. I would be surprised if he didn't have it already. I'd be very surprised. SSR on AMC, Glenn. If it's not on the page, it should be on the page here. Yeah, it's on the page here. It's $4.99 today. So it's a bit of a ways down. We may not actually have volume though. The big tramp. I don't know. I don't know if they're suppressing volume right now, or I mean, hmm. You know what? Let me get back to you on that one. I'm gonna get back to you on that one because I don't know if we have volume that is being suppressed, or yeah, I'm not sure if that's the case. I'd have to do a deep dive into some of the numbers and see what it is that I see to kind of gauge an idea as to whether or not we have the buying volume. But to be honest, I think a lot of people are just kind of done buying unless they're seeing a discount, or they see a way to average down a little bit. So I think we may be having low volume without any kind of massive quantities of buying pressure. Now, every time we look at the buying to selling pressure that we see whenever we see AMC on the top 30 list of most heavily traded orders, we always see that we're doing pretty good on the buying order side of AMC. So I'm not saying that we don't have buying volume. I'm just saying that the institutional trading of the volume is really low right now. So we're not seeing a whole lot of movement in price because of that. Dark pool volume is 20 million on AMC. Is it? It's not very high today. Oh, dark. You said dark pool volume is 20 million? Hmm. Did that just come through? Like already 20 million? Hold on a second. Let me where are you getting the data from? Are you getting it from Stoxera? Hold on a second. I got to pull this up and see. Cuz I would imagine I would think that's maybe where you're getting it from. Stock. Where is it? Where is it at? I have it here somewhere. Stock grid. You probably have it off of stock grid. It's off of trade algo. Okay, I don't have that one pulled up on my list here. Let's see here. That's in cash. Check that again and make sure that's not in cash and not shares traded. Because I think, let me just check this one more time. Let me make sure. No, 21. Weird. I'm not seeing that. I would recheck your numbers and see if that's not in cash and not shares, because it sounds to me like you're talking about positional change of 20 million. I think that might make a little bit more sense, because five times five, it'd be 25 million, and somewhere around there. Because we've had about five to 6 million shares traded so far at a average price of $5, would put you close to 20 million. That actually kind of makes sense. 25. If you had 25 million shares traded and 20 million of that was that's got to be in money, Glenn. It has to be in money, because we've traded about at an average price of 550 at 6 million shares so far. You're looking at 33 million shares. You said 20 million in dark pools, and that's got to be value. It has to be value, because there's no way that we're trading 20 million shares in dark pools already. Has to be in value. And that would make sense. I can actually see that being the case. Because if you figure on any given day we do like 70%, if we're doing 33 times 0.7, 20, that would be 23 million. That's really close, right? That means we're doing like 60% of our volume going through dark pools. That's pretty normal. That's a normal day for us. Those numbers sound very, very accurate for a value. Ooh, Swami, I know it's not huge, but I'm just gonna take it off there, because I don't want to just whoa, Nana, you deleted everything. You deleted everything, Nana. What'd you do? I think you may have actually accidentally silenced them on the channel here. Hold on a second, Swami. Give me 1 minute. I gotta go back through here and make sure you didn't just get booted. I think I beat Nana to the punch, and then she hit the wrong button. Let me see here. Give me 1 second, Swami. I'm looking to see, man. Customize. Community. And I might as well just say this since I'm looking in here right now. But if any of you guys ever get banned from the from being able to chat in the chat area, and you feel like it was by mistake, send me a message and through Twitter or someplace, and just contact me, and we can talk to get it rectified. I'm looking for Swami to make sure he didn't get the big old boot here, because all of a sudden, like, every single one of his messages disappeared somewhere. All right, I think she probably just accidentally gave you a timeout. It was probably my fault because I beat her to the punch on removing of that comment. But Swami, you'll be able to chat again here in 5 minutes. So just give it a chance and it'll come back. I don't see you on the banned list, so you're good to go. Here, Josh, I'll get it for you. Let me scoot around in my chair. Okay, I got a good workout of that one. I was moving around all over the place. It's a little less squeaky today than normal. Tom says, I watched some poor kid get wrecked playing options. I almost felt bad. You know, the market is a great learning place for how to properly invest your money because it is ruthless. Oh, there it is. I have to go slower. I have to move slower, not faster. Trevor says, Casey, Trevor, that probably means that I'm not following you. It is time to do numbers. If I'm not following you, let me look and see real quick here. I'm gonna try going to my home and checking out. I'm gonna type in your name. Hopefully, uh, I'll tell you what. This is what you can do. Go into one of my most current tweets, Trevor, and comment on it and say, "Hey, this is Trevor." And then when I see that, I'll go in there and I'll be like, "Oh, Trevor, cool." And then I'll follow you, and then you can be able to do a direct message to me. I have to be able to. I have to follow you back in order for you to message me. Excuse me. I just kind of I got sick and tired of getting BS messages, DMs from people I did not know. Like help this prince. He needs money, or maybe it was some lady, who's like trying to sell me something that I don't want. That it was just getting annoying. I was like, you know what? I just want to just be the people that follow me, that I follow back. So let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on with these numbers here. Okay, it's not logging in. And oh, there we go. All right, cool. I don't know if I said it already. If I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at these numbers because I can't remember if I just said that. And see what we got going on. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about probably about, what are we at? 10 o'clock? 49% going through off exchange EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12% by this time of the day. And on AMC, we currently have 56.41% going through off exchange. EDGX is a 12.27. The combined total 68.68%. I would expect to see maybe around 60 by now, so we're about 8.68% higher than we should be. CHX volume is 0.04 with a 30-day average of 2.57, so nothing unusual going on there. Off exchange for Ape, 60.44 going through off exchange. EDGX is at 4.9. No, 4.09. The combined total 64.53% or 4.53% higher than what I would expect by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0. GME's CHX volume is at 0.08% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.19, so nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ortex's data on AMC, we have approximately an hour ago 1.61 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.64 million shares having been returned. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 24.78%. Cost to borrow mins at 236.87, average is 292.8, and max is at 305.75. Inflow versus outflow. I don't know why I just said inflow versus outflow. That's not even what I'm talking about. Shares borrowed yesterday was an increase of 3.75 million shares. Ortex estimated about 674,000 of that was in new short interest. They did have to do less than their 1/3 amount due to the reporting of current short interest being a little bit lower than what they were expecting, so they had to take that out of their estimate for the day today. Shares on loan are now at 166.02 million shares on loan. On Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 191,000 shares having been borrowed. It's not changed. It's still the same, leaving short share interest of the free float at 5.96%. Cost per mins at 8.91, averages 9.05, and max 9.55. Shares on loan decreased by 700,000 shares, bringing us to 22.57 million shares on loan. On options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day has been at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 10,000 contracts. There's now 12,000. And on puts, highest amount of volume an hour ago was at a $5.50 strike with 2.9 thousand contracts. It's now 4.7. We are starting to see a little bit of volume picking up at a $5 strike for the day-to-day, as there's 1.1 thousand contracts, but not nearly enough to suggest that price is going to be heading there yet, as there's quite a bit more volume at 5.5. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $7.15, which is that level of support that we've seen from the past. We are following this trend here. I really want to see price kind of move up and do this inverted head and shoulders, but it doesn't look like we're going to get that after all. So I don't know. Maybe we do see price break down before the end of the day today, down to around 690 for a close. We'll see. We're retesting 715. It's been a struggle point for us when we get below it, and we're retesting it right now. This is where we would need to see that volume to get pushed past through it. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I'm looking out for here. They are... Oh, AMC made the list. Ooh, that is not a good buy ratio. Right now we have a 33.55% buy to 66.45% sell ratio. We do have some selling reporting going on here. So whatever price we were at for the day-to-day, my guess, now they have in the past held orders until the end of the day, and we've seen an increase on this number. But as of right now, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure by 2-to-1 ratio in order quantity, which is not good. That's not a good thing. Don't like seeing that. Trigger price for SSR for the day is at $4.99. shares available to borrow is at 600,000 shares. That's only an increase from what we had from earlier. So no new shares borrowed. So far on Snocko Tracker, we've seen about 1.95 million shares borrowed for the day today. Fees are at 140.3%. Yeah. Did I say apes? SSR triggers at 4.99 for AMC, ape at 1.458. Forgot to say that, I think. NASDAQ is up 0.5, Dow Jones is down 0.31, and the S&P 500 is up 0.12. We have 3,249 advancers to 2,968 decliners. The market's about where it was an hour ago, and in regards to positive and negative positions. Banks, we have FRC is down 12.37, SI is up 4.04, FHN is down 3.36. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is currently down 0.69. DXY, the US dollar, is down 0.12. Oil is down 1.89. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.52 to 0.54. And the SPY is up 0.14. VIX is down 4 point. Actually, I'm going to click on it because it doesn't seem to work unless I do. VIX is down 2.88. VBR is down 0.07. VB is down 0.16. Tesla is up 0.04. Amazon is up 2.14. Cinemark is down 0.68. Doge is up 0.97. Bitcoin is up 1.69. GME is up 2.35. HYMC is up down 0.6. NCMI is up 1.56, Hood is down 2.14, Ape is up 1.85 at 1.65, and AMC is down 0.54 at $5.51. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, there's only about $4,000 more inflow than outflow, $40,000 rather. Volume so far for the day-to-day is at 6.93 million shares. That is going to be over 107 minutes, putting us on a pace for 25.25 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 525. We'll hit that, I'm pretty sure. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.26, which is below average. On the 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.87, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.04, which is below average, slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.93, which is slightly below average. On Ape, there's approximately $215,000 more outflow than inflow, 2.63 million shares traded so far for the day today after 108 minutes trading, putting us on a pace for 9.49 million shares traded by the end of the day today. We are starting to see a little bit of an uptick in volume here. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, that it's still the 9.49 million volume is within that 1 to 20 million that I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 68.4, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 66.79, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 66.17, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more, it's hard to say here, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.77, which is above average. Started to see an uptick in volume on Ape. Just for a moment. Didn't last. Yeah, Swami, in regards to the 10 shares thing, it's to protect you. So I've had instances of people who have been targeted in the community based off of saying how many shares they have. So I just made this general rule of we all just have 10 shares. Or some people joke around and say they have 11, just because they want to get a rise out of Nana. But but yeah, it's for your protection. It's not meant to be harmful in any kind of way or anything. I'm happy for you. You got new shares. It's awesome. Just you know, keep it to yourself. It's your business. It's nobody else's. I mean, if you want to say you bought more shares, you're more than welcome to say that. That's fine. I heard Guardian of the Galaxy is really super good, Swami, and I haven't seen it yet, but we're planning. I think we're planning the whole family to go out and see it this Friday. So, but I've heard that's a really good movie right now. Most people that I've heard give a report on it have said that it's the best of them all so far. But fair warning that it is a tearjerker. Apparently, I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. Sweet Trevor, I got my phone right here. I'll just, since I know you replied right now, I will follow you back. Casey, is the current volume of about 6 million low enough to see the current price drop as bullish? Price drop sufficient, volume drop. Hmm. I would say insufficient data. But I'll tell you what though, when we hit 540 on AMC, you can see a definite trend in volume rising with price rising, and that I do think is a good thing. You don't want to see continuous falling volume and then see this price reversal. That's not a good thing. Pam says Guardians of the Galaxy was so good. Wait. So no proportional calculation is necessary. Wait. I'm lost. Oh, you're referring to Doug. Okay. I don't know what you guys are talking about because I missed it. So I'm coming in late to this. I'm going to stay out of it. Trevor, you're welcome. Swami says 10 shares will be enough when the price hits 100,000. I'm not counting on any specific. I don't set price floors. I don't set price ceilings. I don't have price targets. I think that's a mistake to make. I look at indicators that tell me what's happening with the market. So I don't. I'm not gonna get stuck in that rut of hoping for some specific price. That is like probably one of the biggest mistakes that our community has made along the way of trying to come up with like some target price that you think you're going to get to. Does not help you out at all in your thinking process or making good decisions along the way either. Because when you get, if you think about it, and this is one of the things that I love the most about something that somebody posted the other day. I'm gonna read it again because I think it's really important for people to hear this. Let me find it real quick. Um, Here we go. Travis posted this. When we start squeezing on AMC, some of you have massive position sizes. All I'm going to say is don't announce your exit. No prices to exit, because then you set the expectation at that price level when it can go higher for others, including you. In a short squeeze, it's a negotiation between you and the prime broker of the short seller. You set the price. Best believe they got trillions and will lowball you on the first offer. Never accept the first offer. That's negotiation 101. The key to everything that it is that he said right there is it's a negotiation between you and that prime broker for the short seller. That is key. When you start setting price targets or price limits, then you're setting up expectations for yourself about what you think price can get to in advance when you haven't even gotten to negotiating. Big, big problems. So many people are making bad mistakes right now at this very moment because they have expectations on what they think price can get to when they haven't even gotten there yet. They have no idea what price could get to. But they're making expectations and then making plans based off of those expectations. You can't possibly know. There's no way to know. Yukon says, but Casey, I don't negotiate with financial terrorists. uh, I hear you. I hear you, man. I want to say something like smart and funny back to what you said, Yukon. I got nothing. I just like what you said. I thought that was funny. Maybe they would shut it down and settle at a price like VW. Who knows? I mean, I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to know or try to guess. I don't like playing what if games because you know, when you start playing what if games and you start getting into these like feedback loops in your head of what ifs, and then where you ultimately it's like arguing with a kid that says why, right? Like you just keep on saying why, why, and then there is no like you ultimately you come because because life exists. I don't know. Because God, I don't know. Make up whatever it is that you want to make up, but stop playing the what ifs game. When you start playing what if games in your head, you're setting yourself up for failure. Deal with what it is that you have in front of you. Plan for, if you want to say what if, have a plan. Say if this happens, not what if. If this happens, I'm going to do this. If this happens, I'm going to do this. But don't play catch up where you say what if this happens. Don't ask questions like that. Make plans in advance. If this happens, I will do this. Know what you're going to do beforehand. Don't play these what if games. You're going to get yourself in a lot of trouble in your head. Tom says, what will help you is to watch the two videos under show more. What is an SPF, synthetic price failure, and how will I know when we're on the backside of the squeeze? Watch those two times a week. Tell MOASS. Take two every week and call me back when we MOASS. This is very good advice, Tom. Those are some great videos. It's a great analysis of what a squeeze looks like. There's also other videos that I've got too out there, helpful videos that I think we had one called Back to the Future with GME, and we Adam and I got on and we ran through I have the time scale here written down actually. 1 second was 20 minutes in time of living through what it was like to live through GME. And so it was kind of fun to kind of like, well, I don't know if it was fun for me. I don't know if anybody else saw it as fun, but it was fun for me to live through what it was like for every 1 second equaling 20 minutes of time of trading time to see what it looked like as price was moving on GME, and then trying to decide what indicators am I looking at here that are going to tell me what are good indicators. And honestly, Swami, one of the best indicators, and you mentioned this earlier, since you're here right now, is volume. Volume is by far one of the most important indicators that you can possibly look at in a short squeeze. It tells you everything that it is that you need to know. And if you've got day over day decreasing volume, then more than likely you've probably made it to the backside of the squeeze. Not definitely, but more than likely you've made it to the backside of the squeeze. You do see two green screens. AMC is at 0.33 up at 556. Ape is up 2.67 at 1.663. Is Houston Wade still around? I don't think so. I don't know. It's a good question. My wife asked me about the Pope's Exorcist, Swami, and because she didn't want to see it because she doesn't like I'm gonna forget his name. I can't remember his name. You know who I'm talking about, the main actor. She doesn't like him. He's not necessarily my favorite either, but I don't dislike him. Yeah, Crowe? Russell? No. Russell Crowe? Is that right? I think it's Russell Crowe. Anyways, she doesn't like him. Okay, yeah, Joe said Russell. She doesn't like him, and so she didn't want to see the movie because she didn't like him. But that now some of us are hearing that it's a pretty darn good movie. And so she asked me, she's like, "What are people saying about it?" So when you do see it, Swami, come back and let me know. Overall, how is the movie minus Russell Crowe? That way I can report back to her and tell her what you thought of it. Appreciate it, man. Joe says, I saw it. It was okay. Did you see Evil Dead Rising, Joe? Joe says Evil Dead is way better. Uh, okay. I'll let her know that then. That may be enough to let her know because we already saw that one. Tex says I got a man crush on Russell Crowe. Why? What is he? I don't get it. Sam says Houston Wade has been in trouble with SEC. He is one of those fake altruists who pretends to be a good guy. Doug is asking a question here. What is the value of our account afterwards, and how many shares of AMC will we have? Holy cow. You're putting me through some work here, Doug. If you have 10 shares of AMC, you're going to get paid out for this 10 share. Well, actually, you wouldn't get anything from the you wouldn't get anything from the settlement if you only had 10. I mean, you would, but it would be they'd pay you out a fraction. So you would have 1 share of AMC, and then you would have 2 shares so you would have a total of 3 shares. And then, so here's the problem. You're saying that you bought the 10 shares at $55. So here's the problem. there's one thing I can't do for you. I can't possibly tell you what they'll be worth afterwards because I can tell you you'll have 3 shares based on the numbers that you gave me there. What I can't tell you is what the value of those shares will be worth afterwards because let me read it one more time. Because what you didn't give me was what is the trading price going into the reverse split and conversion. If you have 20 shares of AMC, you would have 2 afterwards and 10, so you would still have 3 shares the other direction as well. Either way, you would end up with 3 shares. However, with the, that's not entirely true. Yeah, that is still true. Even with the settlement. Aw, Sam, you're making me blush, man. You're making me blush. In a really weird kind of way, that's a really cool compliment. That's my kind of compliment. I'm used to those. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Regardless of in the scenario that you were giving me, Doug, what you paid for the shares is what you paid for the shares, right? So, like you said, one of them's 88, one's 126. Uh, in either scenario, you're going to have 3 shares after it's all said and done. DJ, good morning to you. Swami says, I saw the trailer for Evil Dead Rise and it's not worth it for me as it's too fake and not real. I could get that. I can understand where you're coming from with that one. I'm trying to think back to the movie and honestly, like I feel like there wasn't anything that I mean there might have been too much blood. Like I don't think a human body can produce like a river of blood, but I'm just saying without trying to give any spoilers or anything like that. But in regards to some of the stuff that happens in that movie, I don't feel like there was anything that was unrealistic though. Yes, one AMC equals one ape. That is correct. What's the 100 units of preferred share explanation? So, I think what you're conflating there, one speed go, is that the original one preferred share unit, or not unit, one preferred share converted into a 100 units. So one preferred share equals 100 units. Okay, so share unit, two different concepts, right? You had a preferred share that was converted into 100 units. 100 units are going to be worth 100 AMC. That's so you're conflating like two different things. Ape has the same value or the same share value in quantity when it gets converted over as AMC does, whereas a preferred share has a value of 100, 100 to 1. So in other words, you would make 100 AMC shares out of one preferred share. So they're two totally different. Imagine in your head, I think the best way to compartmentalize this in your head is think of three different things. You have AMC common stock, you have Ape units, and you have preferred shares, right? Preferred shares are converted down. One makes 100 Ape units. 100 Ape units makes 100 AMC shares. So it's a 1-to-1. 100, 100. That's a 1-to-1 ratio. And I think that's where a lot of people kind of got confused a little bit because they weren't compartmentalizing the ape unit from a preferred share. Did I check on plaque? No. Was I supposed to check on plaque? Hold on a second. I'm supposed to check on plaque. I gotta do this real quick. Let me get through the rest of the messages and I'll check on plaque. Yeah, absolutely, no problem. It's really I can understand why there was confusion on a lot of that because a lot of people were confusing the ape units with preferred ape units, and so then they were thinking preferred shares were the same thing as preferred ape units, but they're different. They're completely different. You got to remember the preferred shares have more value in regards to how many shares they're worth, and then those transfer into ape units, and then ape units eventually will get converted into AMC shares. So, but let me look this up on plaque real here quick, guys. I can't see what it is you guys are writing here for just a minute. I'll take the big tramp off so you guys know I can't see what it is you're writing. I'm gonna look for plaque real quick here on my list. See if he got removed by accident. I forget every time where I got to go on this. My channel, customize channel. You guys are gonna like know this better than I do. Settings, community. Okay, scroll down. I'm looking for plaque. It's in my teeth. I'll be here all day. Oh, he is in here. Plaque is in here. I'm getting rid of plaque and I saved it. So plaque is good to go now. Plaque, if you're listening, you are not banned from speaking anymore. And let me just go through this list one more time. I just want to make sure. I'm looking for a specific name in here. Because we fixed Prometheus yesterday. And then he showed right back up on my list again this morning. But he was on my list this time, this morning. I have no idea how that happened, but actually I do know how that happens, but I don't know who's doing it. So he's not on here. Just want to check, make sure. Did I say merge? If I said merge, I meant conversion, sorry. Censored content says the reverse split is like mixing a drink with two types of booze. It doesn't matter how much ice you add. The amount of alcohol is the same. Swami says until the ice melts. No, because the alcohol content's still the same. You're just your quantity or your dilution, right? Because that's what it is. It's dilution is different. Yep. The Not the total percentage of alcohol that you'd be drinking, but the percentage of the alcohol. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. Tech says CPI revealed headline inflation rose zero point 0.4 over last month and 4.9 over the prior year. In April, prices in March rose. Yep, that is correct. The 4.9, by the way, was the what was it called again? The not seasonally adjusted. It was 5.5% for the year. Seasonally adjusted. And I think zero point 0.4, a couple days ago they were expecting 0.1, so 0.4 seems to be pretty significant. Ooh, sensor content says ice is slow dilution, which is good. Oh man. You're giving me chills over here, censored content, because it is. That is right. You don't want to have quick, fast, heavy dilution. You don't want to drop a. You don't want to have a one big ice cube falling into your cup all at once. You want to put in nice little small cubes so you don't splash over the edges. You know what, Glenn? I'm of the same exact thought process as you. The only problem is what if there's land underneath the ice? If there's land underneath the ice, then the ice is suspended over land and not water, and it wouldn't be displacing the water. So that's the only thing that, in regards to how we're thinking about the ice melting and not raising the sea level, that could potentially put a flaw in the way that we're thinking if there's land under there. Just throwing that out there. Just saying. But that was something that I thought of a while back, Swami. We have no. I mean, do we know? Do we know if there's land underneath the polar ice caps? I mean, I don't know if we do know or not. If we don't know, then we can't make that assumption. I Yeah, I don't know, Swami. That's It's something I don't know. I'm not I'm not up to date on I'm bad. I'm I was bad in high school and should have probably paid more attention in high school, but I didn't. And if I could do it all over again, I probably would have cared more about education. But I had some really crappy teachers in my lifetime, and so I was very bitter about learning in school. And then when I got older, uh, and I started learning things that I really enjoyed in life, I wanted to go back to school and learn more stuff. And now I feel like there's so much information out there to know, and I don't know any of it, and it's stuff that I probably could have learned in high school if I would have been paying attention. So if any kids are listening, listen to your parents when they tell you to go to school and learn and be better and be excellent. Do it because it's really important for your future, so that you know if you know there's land underneath the ice. Because you never know. One day you'll be doing a YouTube channel and you'll be like, I don't know if there's land under the ice. The polar caps. Who knows? That's such an important statement right there. The land is called the seafloor. Who said that? I'm trying to find it again. Somebody said we drove. Where did it go? Somebody said we drove our. There it is. BioLife Hemp says, I know for a fact no land. We drove our submarine under the ice caps. So I've always kind of wondered this, BioLife Hemp. Can you tell me, like, is it legit called driving? Do they call it driving a submarine? That seems like such an odd. I would think they would call it like navigate or something. I don't know. It just seems odd to me to say like I drove a submarine. Is that what they? I'm curious if that's the real technical term that they use for operating a submarine underwater. I was driving it. Frank says, "Do we know what the total shares outstanding will be after reverse split? It's 200 million." So kind of yes, Frank, but I think it might change a little bit. So here, let me read to you the numbers. I'm gonna take you guys to the other screen here for just a second. I gotta pull up a Word document that I don't have currently open. I don't want to blind you with this screen that I got here. So give me 1 second, and I'll tell you the numbers. So and I don't these numbers are probably get updated. So if I give you these numbers, what you need to remember for me, Frank, is that they could change. So please don't hold it against me if these numbers are not accurate by the time the change happens for various reasons. So let me go ahead and read it to you. Oops, and I just took you over the other screen without. I blinded you anyways. Sorry about that. All right. So outstanding shares after the conversion reverse split was supposed to be 144,743,012 shares. I am not supposed to say "and" at that very last comma, but I did anyways. With the effect of the share distribution that's supposed to be for the awarded amount from the class action lawsuit, the new number was supposed to be 156,260,885 shares. I didn't say "and" that time. So those are supposed to be the new numbers, but there's going to be a change in this after it's all said and done, and I think those numbers are going to be maybe slightly off. So I guess you could probably figure somewhere really close to that 144 to 156 million after it's all said and done, outstanding. That's supposed to be the outstanding amount. The settlement shares is supposed to be roughly around 6,922,566. Set aside for the equity incentive plan is supposed to be 1,283,131 shares. Remaining shares left to dilute would be 393,739, 115 million shares. And Series A preferred shares would be 50 million again. So that should be the breakdown for you. And I guess I could probably copy that and paste that in here in case you want to see it. Oh, no, I can't. It's too long. Let me try it in 2 different parts. But again, like I said, I think those numbers are going to change a little. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Swami, I'm looking at it, and they just got the price pinned right now. And it's not just Ape either, it's AMC as well. Yeah, I mean they're holding the price right there at 559. Ape is up 3.02% at 1.669. I was shooting for 170 on my target for AMC. I was saying 580 for a close on AMC. So we'll see. I might be getting. Am I getting my? Am I getting a late run up on my head and shoulders here? Maybe. I don't know. Definitely having deviation away from the trend that I had drawn out on the other page. We got about 3 minutes. We'll probably take a look at it again here a little bit later, but we're not getting this trend here. We're actually going up towards that possible head and shoulder pattern, but it's not really panning out like I think it should. It's not forming the pattern. Meep says Mepe. I see, I got it wrong again. Question: allegedly, we have a lot of synthetic shares. After the conversion, the brokers will have to provide all the extra shares to each shareholder to keep their face. So I don't think that's going to be a problem for them, Meep. I think a lot of the brokers, our brokers, are probably just going to sit there and tell you that you have something that that you own a position. In regards to the $10 max pain next week, we've seen for like the last month or so, um, the I'm going to say they. I have no idea who it is. Somebody who doesn't want the price to move up in a gamma squeeze has been purchasing $10 puts and calls to price out any investors who want to buy at a strike price lower than 10 to likely prevent a gamma squeeze from happening. That's my opinion. We've been seeing ton. I mean, they're buying in the money puts. Who does that? Who buys in the money puts other than somebody who wants to collect on the shares and pay a premium for them? It just doesn't make sense. So why else would you do that? And the only other thing it would do is potentially raise the IV and price out anybody from buying options at a lower price. So in my opinion, that $10 max pain next week is not necessarily because we're going to be running up to 10, but more or less to price out a gamma squeeze. Yes. If you go back historically, I want to say your name right so bad, dude. Mepe? Mepe? I'm so sorry if I'm getting it wrong. Uh, if you go back in history to what happened, and if you remember correctly, there were, I think, two or maybe a little more Miepe, Miepe. I'm gonna get it right one of these days, dude. I promise. But I'm gonna keep trying. Uh, if you go back in history, you'll look back and you'll see that there was a couple brokers that were starting to fail, right? And so the DTCC suggested that they take away the buy button in order for them to receive a an allowance in not having margins being called, right? So what you're looking at that point when you're talking about brokers being in a big hole, there is definitely going to be some brokers out there that are going to be in some big holes because they don't hold positions that they're supposed to hold when people decide to start selling. So yes, and I don't know which brokers those are going to be. There's no way for me to tell you. I don't have a crystal ball, but they're going to be in trouble. And what it should do, especially with the, I'm going to call it an award from a class action lawsuit that will act like a dividend. With that especially in place, it should cause buying pressure on the parts of anybody who is a broker who holds positions that may be more than what they actually hold. Because otherwise it will become a financial stress on them. No, that's not what I'm saying at all, Derek. I am not saying that at all. I'm saying that they probably want you to buy $8 to $9 calls so that you can waste your money, right? Because all we've seen through options is just nothing but a bunch of pain, max pain, and that's it. And it's not going to be the $10. Donna says that's all institutions. What's all institutions? I'm confused, Donna. I'm not sure what the question is. You know I can't kid about it, Derek. When it comes to having a funny bone about options, I have none. I don't like I've seen so much pain on retail side on options that it makes me sick to even think about it, honestly. Like I hate it. I hate seeing how much pain it's caused within our community. So many people have tried and tried and tried to make money through options. There is ways to do it, and if you're really good at what it is that you're doing, you can make money. There's also, I mean, yeah, it's not easy, and it's not really investing. It's gambling. So, all right, it's time to take a look at the numbers, guys. It is your money. You know, you can spend your money however you want to, and you can lose it however you want to too, and you can gain it however you want to. Those are all your choices. I prefer to invest. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Let's see here. We've got 56. Well, let me refresh this again. We have 60.22% going through off exchange. EDGX is 11.43 for AMC. Combined total 71.65%, or about 9.65% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0.05 with a 30-day average of 2.56, so nothing happening there. Off exchange for Ape is at 57.85. EDGX is at 4.81. The combined total 62.66%. That's only 0.66% higher than what it should be, or what I would expect to see on a normal day. So nothing unusual happening there. CHX volume is 0.06 with a 30-day average of 0.07. Very low numbers here. We're kind of on target for what we'd normally see, I guess. On GME, CHX volume is 0.07 with a 30-day average of 0.19, so nothing unusual happening on that one. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately, let's see here, 1.64 million shares having been returned. It's now 1.37. That means there's some more borrowed shares going on for the day-to-day. That's going to, actually, it's not really going to do anything to our short share interest. The free float, it's at 24.79%. Cost per mens at 236.87. Average is 291.39, and max is at 305.75. And I got to be very honest with you guys. I have no idea why this just popped into my head, but I suddenly just had this like idea that I really want a Philly cheesesteak sandwich. I have no idea where that popped into my head from. It was just so random. It was like, oh, I feel like a steak, Philly cheesesteak. I don't know where that came from. Day over day, we have 3.75 million new shares on loan for AMC. Ortex estimated a little bit low today due to the new report on exchange reported short interest. So instead of the normal 1/3 amount, they only gave it 674,000 of that as being new short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, I don't know why I want this sandwich so bad right now. An hour ago on Ape, we had 191,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 246,000 shares. It's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise slightly to 5.77%. Cost to borrow min is at 8.26, average is 9.2, and max is at 10.77. Shares on loan decreased by 700,000 shares. Day over day bringing us to 22.57 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options. As of an hour ago, there was at a $6 strike, there was 12,000 contracts. There is now 14.2. On puts, an hour ago at a $5.50 strike, there was 4.7 thousand contracts. There's now 5.4. Market's still suggesting a closing price between $5.50 and $6 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape were at $7.23. We did work our way back up above $7.15 again. Hopefully we'll find that as a level of support. Love to see us drive back up here and see us trading and consolidating above $7.50 by the end of the day today. And then completing that inverted head and shoulder pattern, because if we can get that to happen, that might actually mean that starting on sometime on Thursday, we should start seeing price rising upwards. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. AMC surprisingly made it onto this list in the last hour, but has since fallen off. We did not have a good, we did not have a good buying to sell ratio. We actually had 60-something percent. I think it was like 66 to 33% buy or sell to buy ratio. So it was really, really crappy looking. But it is what it is. We don't always have the buying pressure that we need. SSR trips today at $4.99 for AMC, Ape at 1.458. Shares available to borrow showing at 600,000 shares. That is about where it was an hour ago. 140.3% fees for borrowing. NASDAQ is up 0.57. Dow Jones is down 0.4. The S&P 500 is up 0.05. We have 3,135 advancers to 3,102 decliners. The market's more declining now than it was an hour ago, and it's pretty even looking. We might see a little bit of a decline in the market for the day today, starting to form. On banks, we've got FRC down 9.36, Silvergate's down 2.9 or up 2.9. Let's go to FHN. First Horizon is down 3.36. Other big movers, we've got Coinbase is up 3.01, and those are our biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is down 0.24, US dollar down 0.03 and starting to trend higher, which could mean the market's going to be heading downwards. We've got oil down 4.61. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.63 to 0.65, and the SPY is now currently only up 0.02. It looks like AMC is going to be inverse to the market today. Market crossing over into the red territory. There's a nice little bull trap there. What's volume? Let's do volume on SPY real quick while we're at it, eh? I'm starting to sound Canadian over here. What just happened? Casey just went full Canadian. 38.79. 38. I talked to too many Canadians. Let's see. Volume is at 38.79 million shares on SPY so far for the day today after 161 minutes worth of trading. And I love you guys from Canada, by the way. You're all good in my book. We're on pace for the SPY hitting 93.9 million shares traded for the end of the day today. That'll usually come down a little bit. But if we end up having price falling and volume rising, that is not bullish. So I would hope that the markets, for the market's sake, for seeing higher numbers on the SPY should end up green on higher volume. At least you would hope. But in regards to like what the volume's looking like for the day today, it's doing pretty decent volume. I would say we probably should see volume very similar to what we saw back on 5.5. Should. Yeah. VIX currently showing down 3.56. VBR is down 0.26. VB is up 0.01. Tesla is down 0.53. Amazon is up 2.58. Cinemark is down 0.18. Doge is up 1.3. Bitcoin is up 2.15. GME is up 2.81. HYMC is up 0.68. NCMI is up 1.59. HOOD is down 1.7. Ape is up 2.56 at 1.662. And AMC is up 0.81 at $5.59. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's approximately, let's just call it 25. No, wait, what am I saying? $45,000 more. Oh boy. $450,000 more inflow than outflow. 9.04 million shares traded so far after 163 minutes worth of trading. It's time to dust off my desk. I can't barely read it. Let's see here. We've got 21.6 million share pace for the day today on AMC. That's within the 5 to 25 I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure on our side, 43.29, which is, excuse me, 43.29 is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure than our side, 41.95, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than our side, 49.95, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than our side, 60.06, which is above average. On Ape, there's approximately $40,000 more inflow than outflow. 3.58 million shares traded so far after 164 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 8.51 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is definitely within the 120 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure than our side of 69.01, which is above average, almost signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure than our side of 67.66. which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 66.01, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 59.08, which is above average. Never go full Canadian. All right, we'll do. Let's see here. Miepe says, I think I got it right this time. Maybe. Since retail doesn't move the price up, only down, sell-buy ratio, it shouldn't matter much. Only if we are selling that is when it goes to the correct avenue. I mean, it does matter, Meep. I said it again. I did it wrong again. Why do I have such a hard time with that one? Miepe. It does matter. So the reason that it matters is that when you have decreased buying volume, or you have more selling volume coming in, then that makes it easy to close out positions. You don't want to see positions getting closed out at these kind of prices, but that can add bullish pressure in the market in regards to somebody buying, which this reversal at about $5.40, if there was some buying that might have occurred, man, I got some in my throat. Hold on a second. If there was some selling pressure that would have occurred and institutions were starting to buy, they may throttle price and kind of trade it sideways like it's doing right here and just simply collect shares. So you don't want to see bleeding shares into the marketplace because it doesn't help our position any. Swami says, I predict we close at 6:02 this Friday, then run hard next week. Sorry. How do they say it? How do they say it, Kenny's? Sorry. I think that's how they say it. Swami says proof or ban. No, Swami, it's okay. You don't have to do that. We don't need proof. Yucca says, speak for yourself. Why would brokers have to buy if they do not really buy shares now? In regards to, like I was saying, if you had like a share dividend, or you had in this particular case, that what we're going to see right off the bat is we're going to see the awarding of shares from the settlement. If a broker holds a position that they don't have shares for, then that's a liability. And in order for them to balance their books correctly, they should, if they're doing it right, they should be holding a certain percentage of actual shares in representation to what it is that they're holding for a position for their customers. So if somebody suddenly issues a dividend, that's money that's now out of their pockets. Because if they don't actually hold the position to where it doesn't cost them anything to give the individual the extra shares, then it's going to be direct money out of their pockets. So, and that hurts. And so they probably don't want to have to pay directly out of pocket. So the alternative to that would be is buy shares so that they don't have to hold as much of a liability. Man, McDonald's already does that, Kenny. Like I went into McDonald's recently. We have a McDonald's like just up the road a little bit. I went in there with the kids. They don't even have a teller anymore. There is no teller. You walk up to a machine, you plug in what it is that you want to eat, and then your number gets called and you come over and you pick it up. There's nobody to work with at a counter. Nobody hand change to or cash if I wanted to pay with cash. It was all digital, everything. I didn't have to interact with anybody. Yeah, computer. And it was I didn't like it honestly. Um, yeah, I know, Donna, no kidding, right? The weird part was is that uh, they wanted me to download an app so that I could order before I got there and it would just be ready for me when I got there. And I was like, I don't know about you guys, but I won't eat McDonald's fries cold. And so I was sitting there thinking to myself, like, well, I mean, you'd have to like time that like just perfectly, knowing when you were going to get there so that you could like buy it. You have to be like driving to order that already, and it seems unsafe. But I mean, I don't know. If you're not real picky about when you would get your McDonald's fries, I guess it doesn't matter. But I thought it was kind of weird. I know, Kenny, we don't go very often. But every once in a while I get a craving for some of their fries, or maybe I'll want some nuggets, or maybe every once in a while I'll get also their spicy chicken sandwich too. That's about it. I don't eat any of the burgers. Those aren't even burgers. I don't know what those are, but they're not burgers. Dude, Dr. D, I feel like what you're describing right there is like my struggle at like most fast food places anymore. Like most fast food places that we go to now, we can't get a decent anything. Nobody cooks anything right. You can't even get, this is the worst part. Like I thought Taco Bell could never like I didn't think there was any way you could mess up Taco Bell food. But somehow or another, even Taco Bell can't even get their food right anymore. I don't know if you guys are experiencing that too or not, but whenever we go out to eat, it's not the same. I don't even want to go out to eat it hardly anymore. I mean, only out of convenience. It's the only reason I want to go. I don't desire to go eat out. I just do it out of convenience. And that's it. The food tastes like crap. Everybody's changed up their ingredients ever since COVID. Patties have gotten smaller on everything. I feel like I get more lettuce just as filler on a burger anymore than I mean I spend half my time eating and the other half dumping lettuce out of my burger. Why am I complaining about this? I really don't care. I don't care. It doesn't bother me one way or the other, but it's just kind of it's lame. I used to enjoy eating out, and now it's just kind of like it's just something we do. And I feel like a lot of it, not all of it's the food quality. A lot of it has to do with like the people who are making the food don't even care. We, speaking of getting food, we went to Subway Monday night because I was driving home from taking the kid to the doctor. And so I stopped at Subway to grab food for dinner. We had 5 sandwiches for them to make. One was a 6 inch, the other four were foot longs. And literally, I think it took them like nobody else was in front of us. I have never seen somebody make a sandwich slower. I think he might have been high while he was making them. I'm not positive, but it was really messed up how slow it was. And you can't say like I used to work at Subway when that was one of the first jobs I ever had getting out of high school. And if you gave me an order of 10 subs, you could say everything that you wanted on all those subs, those 10 subs, and for the most part I could remember almost all 10 of them, including the condiments and everything. You just start rattling it off, and I'm making them as you're rattling it off. I could not give this guy more than like 2 things in advance before he would forget what it was that it was terrible. It was terrible. I felt bad for him. I was like, oh my gosh, this guy's slow. I don't know. It's just me being picky, I guess. You know, our parents probably thought the same things about us. You know what I'm saying? Now we're the parents. Some of you guys. Some of you guys are the parents now, and we're probably looking at these kids the same way our parents looked at us. We're gonna be okay. We'll make it. We'll make it through it. But I'm telling you right now, drugs is not helping out. These drugs are not helping these kids out at all. Because it's not helping them out. Oh man. AMC customer support says some McDonald's works just suck. Ordered a burger with extra cheese, and they just slapped a slice of cheese on the bun and called it a day. Now they want 15 an hour. I know. We got to hit this big, guys. If we don't hit this big, our kids have no future. We're doing it for the kids. For the kids, guys. They have no future. We're in trouble. If we don't make this money, if we don't get this money back from the 1%ers, our kids are screwed. For the kids. Let's go. All right, I'm going to take a break, guys. Oh, man. I'm teasing. In case anybody didn't know, I'm teasing. I'm not being serious here. In case you couldn't tell from the laughing. All right. We have to eat healthy and exercise. Those kids are the future doctors, nurse, and lawyer. It's so true. I never even thought about that before. Oh my gosh, you're not even wrong. They're gonna be. You know, I got pulled over recently. Nah, actually, it wasn't that recent. It was probably about 2 years ago. I got pulled over recently within the last 2 years. I got pulled over, no ticket. It was a warning. But the guy that came up to my car and leaned into my car to talk to me was a kid. And I just remember looking at him, sitting there thinking to myself, like, how in the world is this kid a police officer? And it was kind of one of those moments where it's like, okay, you know you're officially old when the guy doesn't look like the guy who just pulled you over doesn't look like he's like a day out of high school. And I don't know. It was so weird. It was so weird talking to a police officer that was like 19. It was a hard one for me. I just didn't understand how that could be happening. Like surely I can't be being pulled over by a 19-year-old. Anyways, I gotta go to break, guys. Did you call him? I did. I called him sir. I did call him sir. I was trying to be nice and and courteous and professional, and I did call him sir. But I didn't feel like I should be though, because I've never called a kid that young sir before. Keto says all the online courses and cheating were doomed. Oh man. All right. I'm going to break, guys. I we can fix this. We can fix this world. I know we can. We can make it. We can. I almost said it. I almost said we can make it better. We make it great again. No, it's not what I'm going to say. We can. We can do. We can fix things. We can fix this. We got this. We can do it. We just got to get past this part here, and then we'll keep on going. We'll keep drudging into other crap and fixing other things. We just got to get past this little bump here that we got called our stock market. And then once we get past the stock market, we'll keep moving on to bigger and better things. And we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out as we go. Because we can be better. I know we can. There's more. We're capable of so much more. Going to break. See you guys in a bit. All right, I'm back, and I'm looking right now and seeing that what you guys are saying is I'm gonna have to check this out and figure it out here. But it's sounding like the special master was not recused from the duties. Trying to find I'm trying to find a link to the denial of this or the request being denied by the judge. Give me 1 second while I see if I can find it. Hmm. Probably should have played some more music while I was looking for this. Let me see here. I'm still looking. I went back over to the comment section real quick here, and I see Christopher saying, let's see here. Do you think the conclusion of the court case will be beneficial to us? I mean, it should be. Um, if a settlement goes through, well, I mean, it depends on how you want to look at it. I like what a settlement would do in regards to um, forcing a payment of shares in a short period of time to AMC shareholders at the time of the reverse split and conversion, as I feel like it puts pressure on the marketplace to find shares immediately. But which obviously, if AMC is wanting to do some kind of if AMC was wanting to do some kind of dilution for raising of capital, it would be perfect timing. I really hate the fact that they lock these reports behind a paywall. I'm not paying for this. 99 bucks a month for unlimited access. Screw that. Mm. I'm gonna put some more music on here for just a minute while I keep researching this real quick. Hold on 1 second. All right, well, I'm not going to pay $99 to gain access to the actual reports. So unless I can try to figure out a way to get past the block that they have after you have like so many free views of documents in there, I'm not going to waste my time looking for it. I don't even really care. So I certainly don't care enough for $99 to check out and see what it is. So apparently, it sounds like that's the case, that she has not been recused. So still doing, special master is still a special master, it sounds like. I don't know. I don't really care. I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue one way or the other. The results are still going to be in for June 29th and 30th, or at least that's when the case will start to be heard. And then we'll probably get a ruling shortly thereafter. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. Starting with me moving a couple screens around. Alrighty. Off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see, let's see, we're about 12:30. I would expect to see about 63%, no, 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we've got 57.79% going through off exchange, EDGX at 12.41. The combined total 70.2%, which is, let's see, we're about 8.2% less or more than what we should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.06 with a 30-day average of 2.56 on Ape. Off exchange is 60.83. EDGX is sitting at 5.02. The combined total 65.85%, or about 3.85% more than what it should be. GME CHX, the CHX volume on Ape is 0.04 with a 30-day average of 0.07, so nothing unusual going on there. GME CHX volume is at 0.07 with a 30-day average of 0.19, so nothing unusual happening there as well. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago, there was 1.37 million shares having been borrowed. Or returned rather. It's now 1.35. That's not really going to change anything on the short share interest of the free float, which is at 24.8%. Cost borrow mins at 0.84, negative 0.84, which typically means that they've returned shares within the same day. Anytime you see really low cost to borrow min, it's usually shares that were borrowed and then returned all in the same day, and that's why you get a really low cost to borrow min. Cost to borrow average is 284.39 and max is 305.75. Shares on loan is at 166.02 million shares. Day over day, that's an increase by 3.75 million shares, and Ortex is estimating that about 674,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was 246,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 251. That's got the estimated short share interest, the free float at 5.77%. Cost of borrow mins at 8.26. Average is 9.21. Max is 10.77. Shares on loan is at 22.57 million shares. That's 700,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And taking a look at Ortex, highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at a $6 strike. Oh no, I forgot to log in. Hold on a second. I thought I did. Well, I guess I got to give you the two-factor authentication speech. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account. No, I did log in. What? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, it just popped up. It may allow you to protect yourself from having somebody get into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do set that up, if it allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to put that in there, not a bad idea to do that. So you can still have access to your accounts in case something happens to your primary. All right. I think I got that taken care of. Don't forget to take pictures of your portfolio so you can save for your records so you know what it is that you hold. All right, let's take a look at those options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there was 14.2 thousand contracts. There's now 15.5. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 5.4 thousand contracts. There's now 6.5. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $7.16, finding price coming back down and retesting 715 for like the 15th time. I mean, it's been so many times we've retested this 715. It's been ridiculously tested over and over and over. So ridiculous. Magic number 715. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME have not been on this list in the last hour. AMC did find its way onto the list very briefly earlier this morning. We didn't have a very good buy-sell ratio. It's 33% buy to 66% sell. So kind of nasty numbers going on today. SSR trips at $4.99 for AMC. Ape would have tripped at 1.458. Shares available to borrow is at 500,000 shares. We are seeing some return shares and another borrowing of about 100,000 shares so far for the day. So now we're at 2.05 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. No, 2.15. Sorry. Because it was 200,000 shares, not 100. Fees are 136.8%. NASDAQ is up 0.13. Dow Jones is down 0.83. S&P 500 is down 0.36. We have 3,512 decliners to 2,578 advancers. The market's more declining now than it was an hour ago. Banks, FRC is down 4.13. PacWest is down 4.78. First Horizon down 5.45. Zion down 3.17. U.S. Bank Core down 3.01. We're starting to see banks starting to go red here pretty heavy. American Express down 2.92. Ethereum Classic is currently showing down 2.81. U.S. dollar is currently down 0.04. Oil is down 3.73. Sorry, 3.37. MBB or mortgage-backed securities for BlackRock and Vanguard are up anywhere from 0.77 to 0.79, and SPY is down 0.44. VIX is now currently showing up 0.56. VB is up or down 0.83. VB is down 0.58. VBR is down 0.83. Tesla is down 1.26. Amazon is up 2.24. Cinemark is down 1.06. Doge is down 1.76. Bitcoin is down 1.07. GME is up 2.03. HYMC is down 1.13. NCMI is down 0.03. Hood is down 2.14. Ape is up 2.09. And AMC is down 1.08. Inflow versus outflow for the day today is approximately $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 10.95 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Let's see here. After 248 minutes worth of trading, we're on pace for 17.21 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market on a 4-hour time interval. There's more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 39.49, which is below average on a 1-hour time interval. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.81, which is below average on a 30-minute interval. We have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.05, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.49, which is below average. On Ape, there is approximately $200,000 more inflow than outflow. 4.91 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after, 249 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 7.69 million shares traded by the end of the day today on Ape. That is within the 1 to 20 that I suggested in the pre-market. On the 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.48, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 64.48. Wow, they're both same number? Wow. Close. One's 68.48, the other one's 64.48. 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.51, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 50.13, which is average. I only watched MASH growing up because my mom, and I want to say it was my dad, but it was more my mom, forced us to watch it because, well, I guess actually my dad enjoyed watching it too. My mom and dad liked watching it at dinner time or around dinner time, and that was the only TV in the house, so I think that was the only TV in the house, so we all had to watch MASH or nothing. And I didn't like it when I was a kid. I thought it was so stupid. Later on in life, I thought it was way funnier. That was Pro Julie. That was a stretch, man. I was trying to pop my chest. I've got this thing lately where if I raise my hands, let me show you. It's hard to describe. If I raise my hands like I'm doing like a full Nelson to myself, and then I tilt my head back, it pops my chest like right here, and it feels good. I didn't get it to pop this time. I was trying to. It didn't work. Sometimes if I exhale a little bit, it'll help. I swear though, I want one of my kids to become a chiropractor so bad, and I'll just make sure I like visit him every night for an adjustment. Rem Taco, how's it going, man? Good to see you. We're doing good. I didn't like I Love Lucy either. I always turned it off. That when I Love Lucy first started playing, that's how I knew my TV watching hour was over. My TV watching hours was over. I Lucy would come on and I'd instantly turn off the TV. I was like, all right, time to go outside and play. But I did like Gilligan's Island. James says the beard is getting heavy. I need to go in for a trim. I don't know what heavy means, but I need to go in for a trim. That's probably what it means. I would imagine. Yeah, I didn't really. McHale's Navy. Was that the one where they were in like a U-boat or something like that, or was I don't know. If it's the one I'm thinking of, I didn't really like that one either. I have one of those, Tech We Love, and I don't use it as much as I should. A back extension machine. One of those inverted benches. Tom says spy, not SPTY. Wait, what? Rem Taco says we need a full trim and soon. I would prefer that. Oh, is a PT boat? Yeah, I guess that's what I mean. A U-boat's more of like a submarine, isn't it? Yeah, I guess you're right. I was thinking of the. I think I said the wrong name. No, I do not have the Happy Days theme song on the MOASS playlist. I always felt like whatever boat that was, it always seemed like it was like half submersible. I mean, that sounds stupid. It's like half submersible, like any other boat. No, it looked like the top version. I'm gonna look it up here. McHale's Navy. McHale's Navy boat. I don't know. I was pretty young when this was out, so maybe my memory is just bad on it. But yeah, that doesn't look anything like a U-boat at all. I don't know that. From what I remember as a kid, and of course that was so long ago and I was so young. I always just felt like the boat kind of looked like a U-boat for some reason. Maybe it's that main gun that's on the front end of it that kind of gave it that like U-boat kind of look. Maybe I don't know. I don't know why I got it confused as a kid, but I did. That's my best guess. I'm not sure. Another TV show that used to come on that ended my viewing time for the day was usually either Leave It to Beaver or the Andy Griffin Show, I think. Or is that the same? I feel like that's the same thing. I don't know. The Andy Griffin Show and I think Leave It to Beaver. Either one of those two would pop on, and I was like, yeah, I'm done. I'd check out. But I did like Bewitched and see Bewitched and what was the other one? Why am I having a hard time with it? I Dream of Jeannie. That's what we need to ask. Hold on a second. I got a poll for the day. I know I'm supposed to put up this. This will be a very brief poll here. Is this a word? I don't know if this is a word. Best PC way to put this. Uh, Shoot. I don't remember how to spell. How do you spell that? I don't know if I'm spelling this right or not. Whatever. Pick one. I'm not saying anything else. Just pick one. Which one? I'm not saying what for. Just saying pick one. I personally, and it's okay, midriff for the win. I personally was a Genie fan. I was more of a Genie fan than I was a Samantha fan, although, Samantha was cool too. Either one can make dreams come true. I'm just saying I thought Genie was cuter, that's all. What about Carol Brady? No. I don't know. Was that supposed to be the 70s? Hold on a second here. Hold on. Was that 70s or 60s that was supposed to take place in? What year was the Brady Bunch set in? 60s and 70s. Okay. Well, I said 70s, 60s. I wasn't sure which, so I guess a little bit of each. I don't know if it's the clothing, the polyester. I don't know what it is, but I didn't like it. Maybe if it had, I don't know. I just didn't like it. The clothing was just kind of meh. Tom says, I love how she said yes, master, all the time. Oh my gosh. Jeannie is barely winning right now. 53%. This is a close one. Samantha or Jeannie is a close one here. 53% saying Jeannie and the other 47% saying Samantha. That's I'm really surprised how close it is. I thought it would have been a sure win. Jeannie had a better theme song too. Yes, I agree. I actually really enjoyed that song. I really liked. I don't actually, to be honest with you, I don't even remember the jingle for the song for "Bewitched." I'm sure if I heard it, I probably would remember it instantly, and I'd be like, "Oh yeah, how did I forget that?" Let me see here. Oh, as soon as I saw just the pic, all I had to see was the picture, how it started, and it like popped in my head. You guys will remember it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like I was just singing Bewitched? Wait, I feel like I. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. It's because they kind of have like that same like big band song. That's why. It almost is identical. Hold up a second. I want to play them like side by side and see what they sound like together because that is kind of weird. Let me try that. They're so like, I know they're different, but there's something about them that's just, it feels kind of the same. All right. I can't tell them apart. Oh. Holy crap. Holy crap. How did I not realize that those were so close to each other that's tough. That's tough. I have like somebody could probably mix match those together way better than I just did because I was really me just trying to get it as close as I could just on a rough fly there, but wow. Those are so crazily similar. I would have never have guessed. Dang. That's really crazy. I'm a little like shocked that I never put two and two together on that. I mean, they even have that high little like xylophone part that comes in at the same exact spot. One of them sounded like they had a key change in there, maybe briefly, but it still sounded good. I mean, it wasn't terrible. It could have been better, but you really could mix those together, I think, and probably come up with a pretty decent mix. Kind of crazy. I wonder what the years. I wonder. Hold on a second here. Jimmy Smith, known as the 60s Hammond organ guru, recorded this version of Bewitched theme back in the 60s. So remember Jimmy Smith. Theme music composer was Richard West, season 1, Hugo Tengro, seasons 2 through 5, Buddy K for seasons 2 through 5. Opening theme Genie composers. It's almost as if they had multiple. I don't know. I don't know which ones I've just played, but it wasn't the same person. I was starting to think like, I wonder if it was the same exact person that wrote them. It happens. Sometimes you never know. Here's a better. Let's check this out. I bet this has already been done. All right. I'm so confused. I don't even know what song. I don't even know which one's which anymore now. I'm so I'm so confused. Like I feel like I don't even know which one. I'm having problems here now. I'm getting past this. I got to get past this, or I'll be stuck on this all day long. And the polls already ran long enough. 52 votes is enough. It looks like Jeannie wins. Jeannie had an unfair advantage. She shows more skin. Yeah, I think you probably are right on that. I would agree. You won't hear me disagree on that one. Tom D says, ask Bob Ross what he has to say about it. All right, hold on a second here. Look up the name to the show MASH theme song. Oh no! Don't tell me. No, it doesn't. Dun, 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 dun. No, that's totally different. That's totally different. That's completely different. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. No, not even close. Can't confuse those. No offense, Mom, if you're listening, but that like it gives me like weird feelings. I don't want to watch another episode. Let's see here. All right, so let's see what Bobblehead Ross has to say about. I guess we'll see what he has to say. Bobblehead Ross, what do you think about Genie?
You know me. I think there ought to be a big old tree right about there. Let's give him a friend. Everybody needs a friend.
That's what I thought he'd say. He's, he is a man after all. By that Bobblehead Ross. I had a 50-50 chance which one I was going to go with there. All right, all right, we got to ask him though. What do you think about Samantha though, Bobblehead Ross? What do you really think about Samantha from Bewitched?
This would be a good place for my little squirrel to live.
He's a horn dog. Oh boy. Watch out. Watch out for that Bobblehead Ross, man. He may have been a quiet man, but he was a smooth man. Oh boy. Hmm. Okay. I gotta go over the other screen and do the numbers again here, guys. Oh boy. Hmm. The gift that keeps on giving, Bob Ross. no matter what, no matter what it is you're talking about, it's almost like it's like a 99.9% right every time. Let's see what we got going on here, guys. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying, and if I just intermittently laugh while I'm reading out these numbers, I apologize in advance. I, you know, squirrel. I mean, literally squirrel in this case, right? I mean, he said squirrel. I'd like to just put my little squirrel right here. Oh boy. All right. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Whatever happened to this last hour? I think I did the numbers kind of late, so. Whew. Off exchange is 57.7%. EDGX is at 12.28. The combined total is 69.98%. Nice. That's 5.98% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0.09 with a 30-day average of 2.56, so nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at off exchange for Ape, it's at 56.78%. EDGX is at 5.3. The combined total 62.08%, or about 2% less than what it should be. CHX volume is 0.04 with a 30-day average of 0.07, so nothing unusual going on there. GME CHX volume is 0.07 with a 30-day average of 0.19, so nothing unusual going on there either. Taking a look at Ortex data on borrowed change amount. As of an hour ago, it was 1.35 million shares having been returned. It's now 1.91. It's going to have the effect of lowering that short share interest, lowering the short share interest of the free float to 24.75. Cost per min is at negative 0.84. Average is 284.11, and max is 305.75. Shares on loan for the day today is at 166.02 million shares on loan. That's 3.75 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex estimated about 674,000 of that was in new short interest. On Ape, an hour ago there was 2.51 million shares having been, 251,000 shares having been borrowed. It's still the same. Leaving that short share interest of the free float at 5.77. Cost per min is 8.26, average 9.21, and max 10.77. Shares on loan for the day days at 22.57 million shares. That's 700,000 shares less on loan today than there was previously. And taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume is at a $6 strike. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 15.5 thousand contracts. There's now 16. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5.50 strike. There was 6.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 6.8. Market's still suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between 5.5 and 6 by the end of the day. Combined price of AMC and Ape is right at 716. Really struggling with that 715 number still. Got to get past it. Probably won't see it without volume. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for, and AMC was only on this list once today. And we had a 33% buy to 66% sell ratio, so it wasn't very good looking. SSR trips at $4.99 for AMC, Ape at 1.458. Shares available to borrow is at 500,000 shares. That has not changed in the last hour. Putting set at 2.15 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day. Fees are 136.8%. NASDAQ is up 0.55. Dow Jones is down 0.63. The S&P 500 is down 0.03. We have 3,345 decliners to 2,937 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing, but I think it's about where it was an hour ago. Banks, FRC is down 4.09. Silvergate's up 3.23. PacWest is down 3.93. FHN is down 4.4. Zion is down 3.48. American Express is down 3.23. Ethereum Classic is down 2.7. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing down 0.07. WTI, just throwing this out there with the DXY. Typically speaking, when you see a doji candle like this, it's going to reverse in the other direction, which means that the US dollar may start seeing falling value. If that's what that ends up being at the end of the day. Let's see. What did I say? Oil is down 2.36. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.7 to 0.71, and SPY is down 0.04, but starting to climb back up from where it was. Really close to breaking even on some significant volume today. VIX is up 0.45. Getting a doji on the VIX, which in this particular case may mean that we may be seeing VIX heading back upwards. VBR is down 0.51. VB is down 0.24. Tesla is down 0.68. Amazon is up 2.73. Cinemark down 0.03. Doge is down 1.87. Bitcoin is down 0.82 at 27.4K a coin. GME is up 2.32. HYMC is up 0.05. NCMI is up 1.59. Hood is down 1.37. Ape is up 2.48 at 1.66, and AMC is down 0.9 at $5.49. Inflow versus outflow, there's about $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 11.31 million shares traded so far for the day today, after 249 minutes. 279 minutes worth of trading. Let's just call it 280. Putting us on a pace for 15.75 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 39.86, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 35.47, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 42.12, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 38.1, which is below average. On Ape, there's approximately $200,000. It's less than that. It's about $120,000 more inflow than outflow. 5.34 million shares traded so far after 280 minutes, putting us on a pace for 7.43 million shares traded by the end of the day today. We are within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 68.48, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 64.48, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 60.65, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 49.43, which is average. And with that, I'm going to go to break. I know I'm a little bit early, but I am going to go take a break right now because I feel like I need a nap. I just yawned like this biggest yawn ever. And I'm like, so I've been doing this like really weird thing lately. And I think I told you guys already this once before, but I've been doing this thing where I like right after I get off the live stream, within, enough time of me cooking dinner for the wife and getting her out the door for work, I go straight and take a nap, and then I stay sleeping until like 8 o'clock at night, or 9 o'clock, or 10 sometimes even. And then I wake up and I don't go back to sleep again until like 1 or 2 in the morning, and then I only get a couple hours. So it's like I need to get the nap in now and fix that and stop it now. I shouldn't be napping afterwards. So I'm gonna go try and take a quick little nap here. Hey, thanks, Jesus United Church. I appreciate it, man. Let me get, oh, hey, look, the message is still up there from last time. I'll just change it to 210. I'll see you guys back here. Oh, yeah, I need to get the poll up real quick before I go for what movie for trivia for tomorrow. Let's see, you guys chose between Pitch Perfect, Dirty Harry, Deer Hunter, and Arthur. Which means we're back onto the ones, because you guys picked, what did you pick? I think you picked Pitch Perfect. So let me get that out of the way. So we're looking at ones again. So you guys are going to get, these are your choices. Yeah. Let's go. You're going to get Joker, the new one, with, I'll never remember his name. Yeah, him. Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. I can't put the full name of the movie in there, so you can have fun with that one. Let's see. Then you get 2001, and a river runs through it. Those are your movie choices. You guys get pitch perfect for the day today. You can laugh at my Austin Powers the Spy shags. Oh man, he's just like Bob Ross.
Let's put a few little highlights in here, just to make them little rascals just sparkle in the sun.
Bob Ross was a spy. And then so let me I got everything up. I guess I just got to go to break now. Cool guys. I'll see you back at 2:10, and we'll finish out this day. All right, I'm back. Let's take a look at our numbers, but before we do, I need to toast out the day today. And we have a birthday boy with us today, in his birthday suit apparently, or so he said. Brian Carpenter, to every morning that you're here, and to the comments that you make throughout the day, thank you for being a part of the community, and happy birthday to you. I hope you have a wonderful year ahead of you, with much wealth and excitement and amazing music. Cheers. It's a good one. All right, let's take a look at these numbers, and then we'll get into the movie trivia. Brian's favorite movie, Pitch Perfect. It's definitely Brian's. I'm sure it's got to be Brian's favorite movie. I mean, come on. Taking you guys over to the other page here, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the page, because otherwise I will not be able to see what you're writing. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you sign up for that. If your broker allows you to have a secondary device to be able to issue a code to, might as well set that up in case something happens to your primary device. And last but not least, take pictures of your portfolio or video footage, and so you have proof of what it is that you own in case something should happen with your broker and they misreport it and you need to correct their information. All right. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Off exchange on AMC is at 55.47%. EDGX is 11.74 for a combined total 67.21%, or 1.21% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 1.92 with a 30-day average of 2.58 for a total of 236.6 thousand shares going through that exchange, which is definitely elevated. I get excited anything over 500,000. So not quite there though. Taking a look at Ape. Right now there's 55.04% going through off exchange and EDGX at 5.02, combined total 60%, 60.06 to be exact. It's about 6% lower than it should be by this time of the day, so not a whole lot of suppression of prices compared to normal. CHX volume is 0.03 with a 30-day average of 0.07, so nothing unusual going on there. On GME, CHX volume is 0.08 with a 30-day average of 0.19, so nothing unusual happening with that. Taking a look at Vortex. As of an hour ago, there was 1.91 million shares having been returned. It's now 1.78. That's gonna... Janet Yellen? I don't know if you guys heard that or not. Janet Yellen, she's here. She's in my house. As of an hour ago, there was 1.7, or now there's 1.78 million shares in borrowed change amount. Short share interest of the free float is 24.77%. Cost of borrowing ends at negative 0.84, which typically, that's not obviously a real number, but usually when you see a low number, it means that they've been returning shares the same day that they borrowed them. Cost per borrow average is 282.49 and max is 305.75. Shares on loan is at 166.02 shares on loan. That's 3.75 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimated about 674,000 of that was in new short interest day over day. I gotta go over to the other page here and see what you guys. The yelling. I had to see what you guys are writing. The old yelling is at Casey's house. Did you guys hear it? My wife was opening up a can. It sounded just like old yelling when we heard her. When we heard her cracker open up her Diet Coke or whatever it was. Oh, Bud Light. That's right. Sorry, Bud Light. All right, back to numbers. I'm gonna have to go back in the live stream and see if I hear that in there. On Ape, an hour ago there was 251,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 318,000 shares. That's not really going to change the estimated short-term interest of the free float too much, which is being reported at 5.77 right now. Cost of borrow ends at 8.09. Average is 8.99 and max is 10.77. Shares on loans at 22.57 million shares. That's 700,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Taking a look at options, highest amount of volume so far for the day today is for call volume. It's been at a $6 strike. We went from 16,000 contracts to 17.5 in volume for the day. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at 5.5 with 6.8 thousand contracts an hour ago, 7.2 now. Market's still suggesting a closing price somewhere between 5.5 and 6 by the end of the day. Combined price of AMC and Ape is $7.12. We're getting that consolidation. We got neither. I thought we might see a little bit of an inverse head and shoulder action. We had a little bit of a pattern from the other day that I kind of outlined here and said that we might be following something similar to that pattern as of, I think I put this up yesterday. But we actually got something right down the middle of just a bunch of consolidation for the day today. Got a little bit up, a little bit of down, for the most part, just sideways. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME have not been on this list. AMC was on this list earlier today, and we had a very low buy-sell ratio. We had 33% buys and 66% sell ratio, which is not good. I don't like seeing it that low, but sometimes it happens a little bit when price is running. Kind of surprised to see it with price going down a little bit. Shares available to borrow is at 450,000 shares. Looks like they borrowed another additional 50,000 shares for the end of the day. SSR trips at $4.99. Ape at 1.458. But yeah, they did borrow another additional 50,000 shares at 136.8% fee. So far for the day today, we've seen a total of 2.2 million shares borrowed for the day. Nasdaq is up 1.03. Dow Jones is up down 0.25. S&P 500 is up 0.37. We have 3,198 advancers to 3,109 decliners. The market is more advancing than it was an hour ago. Looks like it wants to try and finish green here. Big movers. Silvergate is up 4.04. PacWest is down 4.58. First Horizon is down 4.17. Zion Bank is down 3.07. Coinbase is up 3.8. American Express down 3.24. Ethereum Classic is down 1.23. US dollar is down 0.13. Oil is down 1.42. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.71 to 0.73, and the SPY is now back up 0.46. Getting that end of the day run here. VIX is down 4.63. VBR is down 0.12. VB is up 0.21. Tesla is up 0.18. Amazon is up 3.43. Cinemark is up 0.83. Doge is up 0.38. Bitcoin is up 0.15 at 27.6K a coin. GME is up 2.67. HYMC is up 1.36. NCMI is up 1.59. HUD is down 0.66. Ape is up 2.47. And AMC is down 1.17. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's about, we'll just call it $700,000 more outflow than inflow. 12.94 million shares traded so far. After, let's see, what are we at here? 351 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 14.37 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million shares I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 39.49, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 34.04, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, actually, it's hard to tell on this one. I'm going to go with a little more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 42.29, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 43.89, which is slightly below average. On Ape, there is approximately not even 100,000, $37,000 more inflow than outflow. 6.37 million shares traded so far after 352 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 7.05 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 68.48, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 63.56, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 60.5, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 48.63, which is average. All right, we got 7 minutes left here before we do Pitch Perfect, Brian's favorite movie trivia. Brian's gonna get all the questions right. I can just feel it. I opened it up and Foodog. First thing I see is Foodog says, "Thank you." Casey Shoddy. Maybe that's what he means. Casey Shoddy, not thank you. Casey Shardy. Yucca's saying. Always learning, always saving, says Spy about to get smashed, calling it. Oh, he didn't say smashed. He said mashed. I said smashed. I'm not sure if there's a difference. As in not good. I mean, it could be taken multiple ways. Tendies plus says you just skip over all that other stuff. What did I skip over? Yeah, I skipped over it all. Nothing worth reading there. Like me being as smooth as a baby's butt below the Adam's apple. That's not worth reading. I choose what I read and what I don't read. I made my choice. Let's see here. So I can't promise you guys that movie trivia is going to be all that great today. I've never seen this movie before. I felt like one of these questions is going to like get me in trouble, but it's not my fault. I don't even feel like the last question is going to be something that you get. There's no way you get this right. If you get this last question right, I feel like I don't know. I've lost faith in humanity. I think if there's any way you guys get this last one right on this, I just I refuse. I believe that you guys don't even. You guys aren't real. You're all just figments of my imagination if you get it right. Yeah, that's the one, Yucca. That's not the answer for number 10, but that's the one that's going to get me into trouble, though. But I'm not. That is the Fat Amy is in there. You call yourself Fat Amy? Yeah, so twig bitches like you can't say it behind my back. I was like, I was like, okay, uh, that's cool. It's not going to win me any points, but I haven't, like I said, I haven't seen the movie, but I always watch a clip of every movie when I'm doing the last question of the day. I watch a clip to try to come up with a good quote or good something for the end of the day that kind of makes me feel like okay, this maybe is a good representation of the movie as a whole. As a whole, but it is what it is. Let's get this done and over with. Hit live now, so that you're ready for the movie trivia. And once I see the first ready pop up in here, we're not waiting for 2:30 on this. I can't wait anymore. We have to get this done. The suspense is killing me. All right, Aquatic Tours says we're ready to go. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Which famous singer asked Bumper through an assistant to sing backup for him in L.A.? Which famous singer asked Bumper to sing backup for him in L.A.? Yo, this is gonna be so painful. John Mayer by Frank Lehman. Oh, you got your man card ripped away from you right there. Frank Lehman, man card ripped away. Frank Lehman, no more man card. Lee Woman. Frank Lee Woman. Wait, I just lost it. I can't even spell your name now. There it is. Okay, Lehman. All right. Next question. After the flying burrito incident, the bus was quiet on the way to the semifinals. Chloe starts to sing a song. Becca rolled her eyes and didn't sing it with the rest of the Bellas. Finally, she relented and got into the song. What was the song that brought the Bellas together on the bus? Party in the USA by censored content before I even got done. I don't even want to count that because you put it in before I even finished the answer, but that's the correct answer. Man card ripped away. Yeah, that's right. Another man card. I'm just ripping them out of your hands. Let's see here. The Bellas were performing in public for the first time at the Sigma Beta Theta Fall Mixer. They performed the song Percussion. It was not good. What was the classic line delivered by one of the frat boys about their singing? This makes my beers taste. It actually tastes bad, but Pirateborn, I'm going to give it to you because Pirateborn gets a man card given back to him. He's participating in this, so it was taken away, but then he got it right by getting it wrong. So you get your man card reinstalled. It's the answer is this makes my beer taste bad, not taste good. The Barton Bellas lost it in the finals of the ICCA the previous year when Aubrey puked during the performance. Besides Aubrey Posen, or however you say her name, who is the only other Bella who returned to the team? This is painful just to even read these questions. I know, right? Yucca, vomit. That's how I feel. Censored content with Chloe is correct. Censored content's over here ripping his arm hairs off. I don't want no man card. I'm smooth on my arms. When the rest of the Bellas were doing cardio, running the bleachers, what did Fat Amy say she was doing? That's so messed up. Horizontal running is correct by Barry Electronics. Man card ripped. Whoosh. Wait, what are we putting in here? Who answered that right? Barry Electronics. Freaking long ass name. All of the following were competitive. All of the following were competitive at a cappella groups mentioned by name in the movie, except one. Which group was not mentioned? I don't even understand the question. All of the following were competitive a cappella groups mentioned by name in the movie, except one. Which group was not mentioned? The Toon Weavers is correct by Pirateborn. This is just painful. This is so painful. Like that probably shouldn't even be an answer, a question, because it probably was supposed to have options. There was four options on that, and I didn't even read them off to you. And you got it right. That's how I know you're cheating. Wait. Hold on a second here. I gotta go back. I gotta find the quiz here and check this out. I gotta see what the four. Let me see what the four answers were. Reopen close tab. That's so funny. The four answers were the Toon Weavers, Minstrel Cycles, Sockapellas, and the Footnotes. You can't even you can't make this crap up. Straight up, totally rigged. You totally only knew that answer because I got it from someplace. It's so messed up. It's such a lame movie. All right, next one. Just before the Bella's finals performance, what did Becca tell the group? Danny says, "I used to like you." I Love You, Awesome Nerds is correct by Frank Lehman. Danny's over there like, this must have been Danny's favorite movie ever. How How did the Bellas make it into the finals of the ICCA? Censored Content's trying to get his man card back. So is Dino Mike. Dino Mike hasn't even had his man card ripped away, and he's like, I just want it back. Frank Lehman's correct with the other group was disqualified. Trying to make it sound like he's not cheating by saying what that group was. He trying to maintain some kind of level of composure. Two of the Bellas were kicked out for fooling around with treble makers. Who were they? Who's I got to disqualify Pyreborn for knowing that answer, or somebody from that answer. Who are the two? Corey and Mary Elise. That's correct. Frank Lehman misspelling the names, further trying to keep his man card. And then the last one, if you can guess what it is, there's no way. There's no way. Just throwing random stuff, but I triple dog dare you to get the answer right on this. There's just I fail to believe that humanity does not exist. You all are a figment of my imagination. That we're in the Matrix. If you guys get this right, I'm gonna have to give you a hint. Triple dog dare. I'll give 3 points if you can get this right without a hint. Just no way. Ooh, somebody was kind of close. Somebody put something in that was kind of close. All right, here we go. I'm still going to give you 2 points even with the question, because I still think that you guys won't get this. I just don't. I would have given 3, but now I'm only going to give 2. What kind of kids do a cappella singers have? Yep, kids. I knew it. I knew you guys wouldn't get this even with the question. You still can't get it. It's crazy. It's how bad this movie is. This movie is so bad that you can't even get that. It's a straight up line right out of the movie. You all get your man cards back. Nobody gets any points. No points for today. It's all done. It's been determined. It's all rigged. At least this world exists and we're not in the Matrix. Hold on a second.
One of those acapella girls, I'm one of those acapella boys, and we're gonna have Aka children.
Aka children was the right answer. We got we had somebody tried to put it in there after I already said it. There's no points. It's Aka Children. Aka Children is the answer. One more time.
You're one of those acapella girls, I'm one of those acapella boys, and we're gonna have Aka children.
Epic movie. Epic. This makes me want to see it right here. No, it really doesn't. But I'll tell you what does.
It's inevitable.
You're really drunk right now. I don't think you're gonna remember any of this.
I'm not drunk at all, you're just blurry.
Hey, Amy, sabotage!
Not that.
We sing songs without any instruments. It's
Not
all
that.
from our mouths. Yikes.
When you came in and you were just strumming the guitar and it was like totally off key, I wanted to choke you.
Yes, that right there. That definitely makes me want to go see the. That makes me want to go see the movie right there. That one line. Danny, I know, man. Like I can't. It's all Yucca. It's all Yucca. It's not my fault. It's Yucca's fault. It's terrible. It's absolutely. It's horrible. How did you suffer through this, Yucca? How did you do it? Does somebody make you? Does somebody force you to watch these movies, Yucca? Because I feel like I need to. There like needs to be some kind of like intervention or something. Maybe we need. I set everyone up. Boomstick says it's not that bad. All right. Let me add up everybody's points here. It's not that bad. Robert B, congratulations on your first point for the week. Frank Lehman his first points for the week. Congratulations on your first points. You have no man card. You are Lee Woman now. Censored content. Congratulations on adding to your points for the week. Also no man card. You don't get it back for some of the comments. Pirateborn. You are disqualified for the rest of the week. Just kidding. Congratulations on your points. Barry Electronics getting a point as well and adding to his points for the week. All right, here we go. Here's the results for the week so far. Point Break Thor, congratulations on being third place for the week with 3 points. In second place, we have Frank Lehman with 4 points, all of them on one day today. Censored Content winning the lead here, as usual. Walking away with only 2 points today compared to his usual 10. And getting 9 points for the week so far. We got 2 more days of movie trivia. We will be doing trivia on Thursday and Friday because we missed Monday. Javi the Great says ready. All right, you ready, Javi the Great? First question. Here we go. You ready? No, just kidding. No, I'm not going to go through it again. I couldn't bear it. There's no way I could bear through going through that again. RB says sour grapes point this morning. I got you down. That's why I said congratulations on the point this morning. What did censored content say? I missed it. Let me just scroll back up here. Well, he didn't say anything apparently. Somebody said damn censored content, but I didn't see what he wrote. Danny says if you read those questions again, Danny, I thought you were yelling at me because you were loving it, and I was dogging on it. I legit thought for a second there that this was like your favorite movie of all time. I'm kind of happy to know that you were dissatisfied by pain. Robert B says good. I was worried I had a trivia question correct. Yeah, no kidding, right? That would have been the worst. You can keep my point. That's almost worth a point, censored content, but it's like, I don't know who was the one that put in the movie. You guys throw him under the bus. I don't know who it was. I can't remember if it was Barry Electronics, Frank Lehman, or Pirate Born. I think it was Pirate Born, but I'm pretty sure it was one of those three. Was the one that put in the answer for the 4 choices, and I didn't even give the choices. Who was it? Was it Frank, or was it Pirate Born? I'm pretty sure it was one of those two. Could have been Barry. Who was it? Throw him under the bus. Frank's saying he's not. It wasn't him. Javi says it was Yucca. Yucca coming in here with the movie trivia for choice for the day with that as the choice, and then didn't even get any of the answers. Did he even answer? Let me go back up here and scroll up. Yucca's gonna be disqualified if he didn't even. I set everyone up. If he did not even put any answers in, he's laughing his butt off at some of the answers that are coming through. Oh, he put kids in. He was putting in answers the whole time. He tried. Okay. Seriously, Yucca, who makes you watch these? It's okay to say, I know you got a daughter. If she made you watch these kind of movies, I understand. You're a good dad if you did it for her. But if that's not the case, nothing else will suffice for an answer that's correct. Powerborn says 2 secretaries manning Google searches, 2 admin assistants for replies, me screaming orders to my boiler room as you chain smoke. This can't be real. I actually believe you, Powerborn. I want to give you like 5 points just for saying that. Because you said secretaries. You're not even supposed to say secretaries anymore. Like, do you know how like not PC it is to say secretary? I feel like you don't even realize how bad that is. Which is funny. Andrew says, I went to see Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, with my daughter. Talk about a sacrifice. I wanted to have my nuts cut off when we left. Oh, Pirateborn's changing the story now. Miss Pirate is my secretary. Uh-huh. I'm gonna let it slide this time, Pirateborn, because it was funny. Next time I'm giving you negative points. You never thought about that before. Because Janet Yellen yeah, they still do call it the Secretary. Yep, United States Secretary of Treasury. I was kind of curious. I had to look it up. I wanted to see if they still call it Secretary or not, but they do. It's still a title in DC. They haven't conformed to not calling people by the title of secretary any longer. Office assistant or usually now Hayden. I think that's the one I've heard the most is office assistant. Somebody put in some other names in here. What did they put in here? Admin assistant. Uh, I've heard office assistant usually. Yeah, administrative assistant. Yeah. Looks like tomorrow's movie is going to be the new Joker movie. Not the new one that's not out yet, but the last one with Hakeem Joquin. 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 Ooh. Ooh, Robert B's going. Ooh, Robert. Uh, I'm surprised Hayden didn't laugh at that one. He should have. Out of all the answers there, he should have laughed at the one that you put in. Hayden, I dare you to tell that joke at work. Triple dog dare you. Yucca says Casey is tomorrow's movie Pitch Perfect 2. No, definitely not. Outbanned. Outline. Is it? They even made another Pitch Perfect movie? I don't believe it. Let me check it out and see if you're right. Oh my gosh, there's a 3 and a 4. Oh, that's too far. That is way too. I can't even go that far. I can't even bring my fingers to click on those to see how much truth there is to it. But I saw 3 and 4 pop up. I don't know how that's possible. Yeah, I used to watch Glee way back in the day. I'm not in that relationship anymore. Hun, I love you so much. She watches cool stuff like zombies. Um, I'm at a loss for words. Hayden can't even type in stewardess. All he gets out is stree. They don't even call, I don't think they call them stewardesses anymore either. They're called something entirely different. We say stews. Stews? Am I saying that right? So instead of stewardesses, you don't say stewardess any longer, you just say stews. Yucca's got a dirty joke now. It's not just a joke, it's a dirty joke. Go for it, Yucca. Open the back of the big train. That's a dirty joke. That's really dirty. Red Dog, how's it going? 2 weeks. Ooh, Dynamite says mile high. Ooh, man. You guys are going to get in trouble. You guys are going to get in trouble. No. Red Dog, it's not hot damn. It's hot cotch. You can say 2 weeks, hot cotch. Four nuns die and go to heaven. They line up in front of the gates of heaven, and an angel asks them some questions to let them in. Yucca didn't want to have to type all this out. This is what you get, Yucca, for... I'm not making it easy on you. Stewardess is sexist. It's almost as bad as calling a male flight attendant a steward. The first nun comes out, and the angel asks, "What do you know about?" Oh, jeez, I can't even repeat this stuff, Yucca. I've heard of it. The angel shows her a bowl of holy water and tells her to wash her ears with it. This is gonna be a mouth joke. I already feel this. This is gonna be a mouth joke. I can already feel it. I sense where this is going. Oh, look at that! Would you know? It's about that time of the day, guys. We gotta go. Maybe when we get some fire, Andrew. We got to get some fire first. Oh, yep. There we go. And Yucca's just brought us full circle back to the human centipede. All right, it's been a great day, guys. But as usual, all good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. We've got 2 left to go this week. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see a movie because after all, that's what we're here to do is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go, got it, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GT. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FTO, hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Coming. Have you loud and clear? Well, thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.